Hello, my hard-working champions of the couch assembly line. I'm glad you're here. Because tonight, we're easing into the life of an automotive worker when cars first began to boom. The long factory floors, the steady rhythm of machines, and the ordinary hands helping build a brand new world on wheels. So if this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth. Let your head sink into the pillow, dim your lights, and turn on a fan for that hum. It is 1913 in Detroit, Michigan. The city hums with a new kind of energy as factories rise along the riverbanks and thousands of workers pour into the automotive plants each morning. You are one of them, living through the moment when the automobile transforms from a luxury curiosity into something that will reshape the entire world. You wake before the sun rises, the room is cold, and the air smells like coal smoke from the furnace downstairs. Your boarding house sits 3 blocks from the Ford Highland Park plant, close enough that you can hear the factory whistle even through closed windows. The sound cuts through the darkness at 5 in the morning, sharp and insistent. You swing your legs out of bed and your feet touch the cold floorboards. The chill runs up through your ankles. Winter mornings in Detroit have a particular bite to them, the kind that makes you move quickly just to generate warmth. You reach for your work clothes, hung on the back of the door where they dried overnight. The shirt is stiff from yesterday's sweat and machine oil. You pull it on anyway. Everyone's work clothes smell like this after a few weeks. The scent of metal and grease becomes part of your skin, part of your identity. You button the shirt and reach for your trousers, thick canvas material that can withstand sparks and sharp edges. Your hands move through this routine without much thought. You have done this same sequence of movements for 6 months now, ever since you arrived from the farm in Ohio. The rhythms of factory life have replaced the rhythms of agricultural seasons. Instead of roosters and cattle, you wake to whistles and streetcars. You splash cold water on your face from the basin by the window. The shock of it helps clear the fog from your mind. Through the glass, you can see other boarding houses, other windows glowing with lamplight as dozens of men prepare for the same shift. The city is waking up in waves, neighbourhood by neighbourhood. Downstairs in the kitchen, Mrs. O'Brien has already set out breakfast. She runs the boarding house with German precision even though she is Irish. Coffee steams in a large pot on the stove. The smell fills the narrow hallway. You grab a tin cup and pour yourself some, the heat spreading through your fingers. The other boarders shuffle in one by one. Nobody talks much this early. There is just the sound of spoons against bowls, cups being refilled, chairs scraping against linoleum. You eat quickly. Oatmeal with a splash of milk and a piece of bread with butter. The food is plain but filling, designed to carry you through to the lunch break. You finish eating and grab your coat from the hook by the door. The fabric is worn at the elbows and the pockets sag from carrying wrenches and screwdrivers. You step outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The cold air hits you immediately. You can see your breath in thick clouds. The street is already busy with workers heading toward the factories. Some walk alone, others in small groups. Everyone moves with purpose. Being late means losing pay, or worse. The factory runs on strict schedules. Each minute is accounted for. You join the stream of men walking north toward Highland Park. The sound of boots on pavement creates a steady rhythm. Someone coughs. A streetcar clangs its bell 2 blocks over. Dogs bark from behind fences. The city is industrial now in ways that still surprise you sometimes. Just 5 years ago, this neighbourhood was mostly empty lots and farmland. The sky begins to lighten as you walk. The darkness shifts from black to deep blue to grey. You can make out the shapes of other walkers more clearly now. Familiar faces nod in greeting. You recognise the man who works 2 stations down from yours on the line. He has a thick moustache that always seems to collect metal dust by midday. The factory comes into view as you round the corner onto Woodward Avenue. The building sprawls across several city blocks, a massive structure of brick and steel and glass. Smokestacks rise like monuments. Even from here you can hear the hum of machinery. The plant runs around the clock now. 3 shifts keep the assembly line moving. You join the crowd at the main gate. The guard checks faces as people pass through. He knows most workers by sight, but still maintains the ritual of inspection. Company rules. Everything at Ford has rules. You file past him and into the yard. The yard is enormous, bigger than any barn you ever saw back in Ohio. Railroad tracks crisscross the space. Freight cars sit waiting to be unloaded or filled. Materials arrive constantly. Steel, rubber, glass, leather. Everything needed to build automobiles flows into this place like rivers converging. You head toward the entrance for your section. Other workers peel off toward different buildings. The plant is organised like a small city, each department handling specific tasks. Foundry workers go one direction, paint shop workers go another. You work on the chassis assembly line, so you head toward Building 3. The time clock station stands just inside the door. You pull your card from the rack and slide it into the machine. The mechanism stamps the time with a satisfying chunk. 5:52 a.m, 8 minutes to spare. You return the card to its slot and continue toward the floor. The locker room smells like sweat and oil and cigarette smoke. You open your assigned locker and stash your coat and lunch pail. Some men are already changing into their work aprons. Others sit on benches, smoking one last cigarette before the shift begins. The chatter is low and sporadic. You tie on your leather apron and grab your gloves. The gloves are worn smooth in places where you grip tools repeatedly. They fit like a second skin now. You learned early on that good gloves make all the difference. Blisters and cuts slow you down. The foreman appears in the doorway and calls out, "Time to start." The men stub out cigarettes and close lockers and file toward the factory floor. The casual atmosphere evaporates. Everyone knows what comes next. 8 hours of continuous motion, 8 hours of the line. You walk through the double doors and onto the floor. The noise hits you like a physical force. Machinery clangs and hisses and roars. Metal strikes metal in rhythmic percussion. Conveyor belts rumble. The sound is so constant that after a while you stop hearing individual noises. It all blends into one massive industrial symphony. The assembly line stretches the length of the building. Partially assembled chassis move past on the conveyor system, progressing from bare frames to nearly complete automobiles. Each worker has a specific station, a specific task to perform as each chassis passes by. You take your position at Station 47. Your job is to install the steering column and connect it to the front axle assembly. The same task, repeated hundreds of times each day. You have done it so many times that your hands know the movements without conscious thought. The line starts moving. The first chassis of the day approaches your station. You reach for your tools and get ready. Another day has begun. The chassis arrives at your station moving at walking pace. The conveyor never stops, never hesitates. You have exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds to complete your task before the next chassis arrives. The timing is precise. Ford's engineers calculated it down to the second. You grab the steering column from the bin beside your station. The metal is cold even through your gloves. You position it in the mounting bracket and thread the first bolt. Your wrench tightens it in 3 quick turns. The motion is automatic now. Right hand reaches for the bolt. Left hand steadies the column, right hand tightens. Next bolt. The chassis moves forward. You walk alongside it, staying in rhythm with the belt. This is the trick of assembly line work. You cannot fight the pace. You must become part of it. Your body learns to match the speed exactly, stepping and reaching and turning in time with the machinery. 4 bolts secure the column, then you connect the steering linkage to the front axle assembly. The parts fit together with satisfying clicks and snaps. Everything is standardized now. Every Model T uses the same components. No custom fitting required, no adjustments needed, just assembly. You finish and step back. The chassis continues down the line to the next station where another worker will install the dashboard. Behind you, the next chassis has already arrived. You turn and start the process again. Reach, position, bolt, tighten. Walk and turn and reach again. The work has a meditative quality once you settle into it. The repetition empties your mind of other thoughts. There is only the task, the motion, the rhythm. Some men hate this aspect of the line. They say it makes them feel like machines themselves. Others find it soothing. No decisions to make, no uncertainties, just the work. You fall into that rhythm now. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. The numbers pile up. 10 completed, 20, 30. Your muscles warm with the effort. Sweat begins to form despite the cool air in the building. The factory is not heated in winter and not cooled in summer. Temperature control would be too expensive. The noise around you becomes background texture. You can distinguish between sounds now. The hiss of the pneumatic tools at the next station. The clang of metal parts being dropped into bins. The rumble of the overhead crane moving materials across the building, the shouts of foremen calling out instructions or corrections. Occasionally something goes wrong. A bolt threads incorrectly. A part does not fit quite right. Quite. You have to signal for help. The line does not stop for individual problems. A relief worker fills in at your station while you fix the issue. Then you jump back in and catch up. Falling behind is not acceptable. The line is relentless. You work alongside men from everywhere. The man to your left came from Poland 3 years ago. He speaks broken English, but his hands are skilled and fast. The man on your right grew up in Kentucky and moved north looking for factory wages. Down the line there are Italians and Irish and Germans and Greeks. Detroit has become a magnet for anyone willing to work hard. The demographics of the factory floor would have been unthinkable just a generation ago. Farm boys work beside recent immigrants. White men work beside black men who migrated from the south. The assembly line does not care about background. It only cares about output. Can you keep pace? Can you do the job? That is all that matters. This mixing creates tension sometimes. People bring their prejudices with them, but the work itself creates a kind of equality. Everyone is reduced to the same function. Everyone serves the line. Old social hierarchies mean less in this new industrial world. The foreman walks past your station. He carries a clipboard and watches everything with sharp eyes. Foremen are promoted from the line, chosen for their reliability and attention to detail. This one worked his way up over 2 years. He knows every job on this section because he has done them all himself. He stops and watches you complete a chassis. You feel his eyes on you but do not change your pace. Showing off leads to mistakes. Maintaining steady rhythm is what earns approval. He makes a note on his clipboard and moves on. You breathe a little easier. No corrections needed. The morning progresses in this way. Time loses its usual shape. You cannot check a watch while working. The only markers are the chassis themselves. Each one represents 1 minute and 20 seconds of your life. You count them unconsciously. 50 completed, 75, 100. Your hands develop their own intelligence. Muscle memory guides every movement. Reach without looking. Grab the right size wrench without checking. Thread bolts blind because you know exactly where the holes are. This physical knowledge cannot be taught in words. It only comes through thousands of repetitions. Sometimes your mind wanders even as your hands continue working. You think about letters from home. Your mother wants to know when you will visit. You think about the money accumulating in your savings account. $5 a day. That is what Ford pays now. More than twice what most factories offer. You think about what that money will buy. A house someday. A future. The $5 day changed everything when Ford announced it last year. Workers flooded to Detroit from across the country. The newspapers called it revolutionary. Critics called it reckless. But Ford understood something fundamental. Pay workers well, and they will buy the products they make. Turn workers into customers. Expand the market. You are proof of that theory. 6 months ago, you could never have imagined owning an automobile. Now you think about it regularly, maybe in another year, maybe when you have saved enough. A Model T costs about 6 months' salary now. Expensive, but not impossible. Not for someone earning $5 a day. The line continues. More chassis pass through your station. The work is hard on the body. Your shoulders ache from the repeated motions. Your back complains from the constant bending and straightening. Your hands cramp around the wrench, but you push through. Everyone pushes through. Stopping means losing your spot. Losing your spot means losing this wage. Around you, the factory floor is a landscape of focused effort. Hundreds of men performing hundreds of different tasks. Each person is a component in a larger machine. The metaphor is obvious but also true. The assembly line only works when every part functions correctly. Remove one worker, and the whole system falters. This is what Henry Ford perfected. Not the automobile itself. Other companies made cars before Ford. But Ford created the system that could produce automobiles at unprecedented scale and speed. He broke down the complex process of building a car into simple, repeatable tasks. Then he arranged those tasks in sequence and set them in motion. The result is efficiency that seems almost magical. A complete Model T rolls off the line every 93 minutes now. Just a few years ago, it took 12 hours to build one car. The improvement is staggering. Production has increased 50 times over. Costs have dropped. Prices have fallen. More people can afford automobiles. Demand increases. The factory expands, more workers are hired, the cycle continues. You are living inside this transformation. You are part of the machine that is changing how things are made. The implications stretch far beyond automobiles. Other industries are watching and learning. The assembly line method will spread to furniture factories, appliance manufacturers, textile mills. The entire industrial world is being reshaped by what happens here in Highland Park. But those large historical forces feel distant when you are focused on the chassis in front of you. Right now, there is only the immediate reality. The steering column, the bolts, the wrench, the next chassis arriving. The work continues without pause. The lunch whistle blows at noon. The sound cuts through the factory noise and everyone stops immediately. The line shudders to a halt. You step back from your station and roll your shoulders, feeling the muscles protest. 8 hours suddenly feels very long when you're only halfway through. You walk to the locker room with the others. The crowd moves slowly, everyone tired already. You retrieve your lunch pail and find a spot in the break area. Some men go outside to eat. You prefer staying inside where it is slightly warmer. You open the pail and pull out your lunch. Sandwich with cheese and leftover sausage. An apple. A cookie that Mrs. O'Brien packed. You eat methodically, not tasting much. Food is fuel. You need calories to keep working. Around you, men talk in low voices. Some complain about aches and pains. Others discuss weekend plans. A few read newspapers. You notice that most conversations stay superficial. Real friendships are hard to form in a place like this. Everyone is too tired. Everyone just wants to finish the shift and go home. You think about Henry Ford while you eat. The man is a legend even among people who work in his factories. He walks the floor sometimes, appearing without warning, tall and thin with intense eyes. He watches everything but rarely speaks. Workers both admire and fear him. Ford's philosophy shapes every aspect of the plant. He believes in efficiency above all else. Waste is the enemy. Wasted motion, wasted materials, wasted time. Everything must serve production. The factory is designed around this principle. Materials flow in one direction. Assembly progresses in a straight line. No backtracking, no redundancy. The $5 day was controversial even within the company. Ford's business partners initially opposed it. They thought it would bankrupt the operation, but Ford insisted. He understood that high wages would reduce turnover. Training new workers is expensive. Keeping experienced workers is cheaper. The math works out. There were conditions attached to the $5 day. Workers had to maintain certain standards of behaviour and living. The company sent inspectors to check home conditions. They wanted to see clean houses, sober habits, stable families. The intrusion angered many workers, but most accepted it as the price of higher pay. You pass the inspection without trouble. Your boarding house is respectable. You do not drink excessively. You send money home to your family. The inspector marked you as qualified. The full wage was approved. This paternalistic approach bothers some people. They say Ford is trying to control workers even outside the factory, but others appreciate the structure. Many workers came from chaotic situations. The stability feels good even if it comes with requirements. The lunch break is only 30 minutes. Time passes quickly. You finish eating and use the washroom. The facilities are surprisingly modern. Ford insisted on clean bathrooms with running water. Another unusual feature, most factories barely provide outhouses. You return to the floor as the warning bell rings. 5 minutes until restart. You take your position at station 47. Other workers shuffle into place along the line. The foreman walks through, checking that everyone is ready. The line lurches back into motion. The afternoon shift begins. The work is identical to the morning. Same chassis, same task, same rhythm. But the afternoon feels heavier somehow. Fatigue makes everything harder. Your muscles are less responsive. Your attention wants to drift. You force yourself to focus. Mistakes happen when concentration slips. A chassis moves past with improperly installed steering. The foreman catches it 3 stations down. He walks back to find who did it. The culprit is a young man who only started last week. The foreman does not yell, but his disappointment is clear. The mistake will be noted. You're more careful with the next chassis. Triple check every bolt. Make sure the linkage connection is solid. Do not give the foreman any reason to look your way. Staying invisible is the goal. Good workers fade into the background. Problem workers draw attention. The hours crawl by. You count chassis to mark progress. 200, 250, 300. Each number is a small victory. Each completed unit brings you closer to the end of shift whistle. Around you, the factory maintains its relentless pace. The noise never diminishes. The motion never stops. The building itself seems alive, a massive organism dedicated to a single purpose. Building automobiles. More and more automobiles. An endless stream of black Model Ts rolling toward the shipping dock. Henry Ford wanted his car to be affordable for the average worker. He succeeded. The Model T now costs less than $300. Farmers can buy them, shopkeepers can buy them, factory workers can buy them. The automobile is becoming democratic. This democratization changes society in ways both obvious and subtle. People can travel farther. Rural isolation decreases. Dating habits shift when young people have cars. Shopping patterns change. Entire industries spring up to support automobile ownership. Gas stations, repair shops, parts suppliers, road construction companies. You are part of this transformation whether you realize it or not. Every steering column you install helps move the world a little bit further into the automotive age. The work feels repetitive and small in the moment. But multiply your efforts by thousands of workers across 3 shifts every day, and the impact becomes enormous. This is Ford's genius. He created a system that turns individual small actions into massive collective output. No single worker builds a car, but together you build hundreds. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The assembly line makes this possible. The factory has a particular smell that you notice most when you first arrive each morning and when you step outside at the end of shift. Metal and oil and sweat combine into something uniquely industrial. The scent clings to your clothes and skin. You carry it home with you. Mrs. O'Brien sometimes complains that the boarders make the whole house smell like the factory. The sounds of the plant create their own language. You learn to interpret different noises. A pneumatic wrench makes a specific whine when it is working correctly. A different sound means something is wrong. The conveyor belt rumbles at a steady frequency. Any variation indicates a problem. The overhead cranes groan when moving heavy loads. You know to stay alert when you hear that groan. Machine sounds mix with human sounds. Foremen shout instructions. Workers call out warnings. Someone drops a wrench and it clangs against concrete. Laughter erupts from somewhere down the line. Even in this industrial environment, moments of humanity break through. Your hands tell their own story. Calluses form in specific patterns based on how you grip tools. The skin on your palms is thick and tough. Your fingernails are perpetually edged with grime no matter how hard you scrub. These are marks of your profession. Badge of a factory worker. The temperature on the floor varies by season but is never truly comfortable. Winter brings cold that seeps through the concrete and makes metal painful to touch. Summer brings heat that has nowhere to escape. The big windows can be opened, but they do little. Hundreds of bodies and running machines generate tremendous warmth. You learn to dress in layers during winter. Start with long underwear. Add a heavy shirt. The work will warm you up, but the first hour is brutal. In summer, you wear as little as safety allows. The heat becomes oppressive by afternoon. Some men pour water over their heads during breaks just to cool down. The light inside the factory comes from both windows and electric bulbs. Ford invested heavily in lighting. Proper illumination reduces mistakes and injuries. The building has more windows than typical factories. Natural light is cheaper than electricity. But the combination of sunlight and artificial light creates a strange quality. Shadows fall in unexpected directions. Dust hangs in the air. Fine metal particles drift through the space. You can see them in the light beams. They coat every surface. Workers breathe this dust all day. Some develop coughs that never quite go away. The company doctor says it is harmless, but workers are not so sure. The floor itself is concrete, swept clean multiple times per shift. Any debris on the floor is a safety hazard. Dropped parts could cause someone to slip. Spilled oil creates dangerous patches. Foremen are strict about housekeeping. Everything must stay clean and organised. Safety is emphasised more at Ford than at other factories you have heard about. Guards cover most moving parts. Warning signs mark dangerous areas. Workers receive basic training on accident prevention. Still, injuries happen. A hand crushed between moving parts. A foot run over by a materials cart. Burns from hot metal. The work is inherently dangerous no matter what precautions are taken. You have been lucky so far. Just minor cuts and bruises. Nothing serious. You try to stay alert and careful, but fatigue makes everyone careless eventually. That is when accidents happen. Late in the shift, when attention wanders, when hands move automatically without conscious guidance. That is the dangerous time. The rhythm of the line creates a kind of trance state. You can lose yourself in the repetition. Minutes pass without awareness. You complete chassis after chassis with no memory of the individual units. This mental absence is both blessing and curse. It makes time pass faster, but also increases risk. Some workers try to break the monotony with small variations. They develop personal techniques for their tasks, slightly different grip on a wrench, a particular way of positioning parts. These tiny acts of individuality matter in a system designed to eliminate individual variation. They remind you that you're still human, not just a component in the machine. The company discourages such variations. Standardization is everything. The right way to do each job has been determined by time studies and efficiency experts. Deviation from the approved method is not permitted, but workers find ways to assert themselves anyway. Small rebellions that management mostly ignores as long as output remains steady. Your body adapts to the work over time. Muscles develop in specific areas. Your right arm is noticeably stronger from wielding the wrench. Your grip strength has increased. You can walk further without tiring. The job makes you physically harder even as it wears you down mentally. Evening approaches, but you cannot see the sun from inside the building. You judge time by the quality of light filtering through the windows. The afternoon shifts from bright to golden to grey. Shadows lengthen. Your stomach reminds you that lunch was hours ago. You ignore the hunger. The end of shift is close now. The last hour is always the hardest. Your body knows that rest is near. Every minute feels longer. Every chassis takes more effort. But you maintain your pace. Slowing down in the final hour invites scrutiny. Better to push through and finish strong. The end of shift whistle finally sounds at 6 p.m. The line stops and the entire factory seems to exhale. You step back from your station and stretch. Your spine cracks. Your shoulders burn. Your hands ache. But you made it through another day. The crowd moves toward the time clock station. You retrieve your card and stamp out. 6:02 p.m. The 2-minute delay is from the walk and the crowd at the clock. Those 2 minutes are not paid, but complaining about it would be pointless. That is just how it works. You collect your coat and lunch pail from the locker. The room fills with tired men changing clothes and preparing to leave. The atmosphere is different from the morning. Now there is relief, a sense of accomplishment. 12 hours until this starts again. That feels like a lifetime right now. You step outside into the evening air. The cold feels good after the stale warmth of the factory. You take a deep breath and start walking toward home. The streets are busy with workers leaving the day shift. Thousands of men flood out of the plant and disperse into the surrounding neighbourhoods. Some men head to taverns. Drinking after work is common. The bars near the factory do good business between shifts. You occasionally join them, but not tonight. You're too tired. You just want food and bed. The walk home takes 15 minutes. Your legs are heavy, but the movement feels good after standing mostly in one place all day. Other workers walk in the same direction. You fall into step with a group heading your way. Nobody talks much. Everyone is too tired. You think about the social structure of the factory as you walk. There are clear hierarchies, but they are different from traditional class systems. Foremen hold more power than line workers. Skilled tradesmen who maintain machinery earn more than assembly workers. Office staff are separate entirely. White-collar workers who rarely interact with the floor. But within the assembly workers there is a kind of equality. You all do similar work for similar pay. Background matters less than reliability. The immigrant from Poland is judged by his output, not his accent. The black man from Georgia is measured by his speed and accuracy, not his skin colour. The system is far from perfect, but it offers opportunities that would be impossible in other contexts. This industrial mixing creates new social patterns. Workers form friendships across ethnic lines. They share lunch together. They help each other learn the work. Common experience creates bonds that transcend old divisions. Not always. Prejudice does not disappear. But it softens in the shared struggle of factory life. The boarding house appears ahead. You climb the steps and enter the warm interior. The smell of cooking fills the hallway. Mrs. O'Brien is preparing dinner for her boarders. Stew tonight. You can tell from the scent of beef and potatoes. You wash up in the bathroom, scrubbing away the worst of the grime. The water in the basin turns grey. You dry your face and hands and head to the dining room. Several other boarders are already seated. They nod in greeting as you take your usual chair. Mrs. O'Brien serves the stew family style. Everyone helps themselves. The food is simple but good. You eat hungrily, sopping up gravy with bread. Conversation around the table is sporadic. Everyone is tired, but there is comfort in the shared meal. After dinner, you retreat to your room. The space is small but private. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. You hang up your work clothes and change into cleaner trousers and a shirt. Then you sit in the chair and look out at the street. Evening in Detroit has its own character. Streetlights flicker on. People move past on their way to various destinations. A car rattles by, one of the few private automobiles in this neighbourhood. Most workers still walk or take streetcars, but that is changing. Every month you see more cars on the streets. You think about buying one yourself. A Model T in black, the standard configuration. It would cost about 6 months' wages at your current savings rate, but it would open up possibilities. You could visit family in Ohio more easily. You could drive to other parts of the city. The freedom appeals to you. For now, you save your money carefully. $5 a day minus room and board and expenses leaves about $3 that you can save. That adds up to around $90 per month if you are disciplined. In 6 months, you would have enough for a car, or enough for a down payment on a house. The choice will have to be made eventually. The factory shapes your entire life even when you are not there. Your social circle consists mostly of other factory workers. Your schedule revolves around shift times. Your body adapts to the physical demands. Your thoughts return constantly to the work. The assembly line becomes the organising principle of your existence. Some workers resist this total absorption. They maintain hobbies and interests outside the factory. They read books. They attend church socially. They play baseball on weekends. These activities provide balance and prevent the factory from consuming everything. You admire that but struggle to find energy for it. After 8 hours on the line, you mostly just want to rest. Reading makes your eyes hurt. Social activities require effort you do not have. Baseball sounds appealing, but your body needs recovery time. The work takes everything you have to give. This is the reality that critics of the assembly line do not understand. The $5 wage is generous, but it is earned through complete physical commitment. Ford pays well because he demands total effort. There is no coasting on the assembly line. Every minute is productive or you lose your spot. The long-term effects concern you sometimes. Will your body hold up? Can you do this work for years or will it break you down? You see older workers in their 40s and 50s who move stiffly and grimace with pain. Is that your future? Or will you find a way to advance into a less physical role? Foreman positions open occasionally. Skilled maintenance jobs pay better and are less demanding physically. Office work exists for those with education. There are paths forward if you can position yourself correctly. But competition is intense. Thousands of workers all want the same limited opportunities. For now, you focus on doing your job well and staying employed. Security feels more important than advancement. The $5 wage is more than you ever made before. Keeping that wage is the priority. Everything else can wait. You pull out a piece of paper and write a letter to your mother. You tell her about the work in general terms. You do not mention the fatigue or the danger. You emphasize the good pay and the opportunities. You send her money regularly. $20 this month. She writes back with news from home and expressions of pride. Your family thinks you are part of something important. They see the factory job as a step up from farm work. They are right in many ways. The wages are better. The future seems more secure. But they do not understand the cost, the physical toll, the mental monotony, the loss of autonomy. Still, you would not trade it. The alternative is returning to the farm where wages are minimal and the future is limited, or finding work in some other factory that pays less and treats workers worse. Ford may be demanding, but the company is also more progressive than most. The $5 day proved that. The attention to safety proves it. The modern facilities prove it. You finish the letter and seal it in an envelope. You will mail it tomorrow on the way to work. Then you undress and climb into bed. The mattress feels wonderful. Your body relaxes into it. You close your eyes and sleep comes quickly. Tomorrow will be the same. Wake before dawn, walk to the factory, 8 hours on the line, walk home, eat, sleep. The cycle repeats. But you are building something, saving money, creating a future. The repetition has purpose even when it feels meaningless. Sunday is your day off. You wake naturally, no alarm needed. The luxury of sleeping until the sun is fully up feels almost decadent. You stretch and take your time getting dressed. Today, you wear your good clothes. A clean shirt with no oil stains. Trousers that still hold a crease. You eat a leisurely breakfast while reading the newspaper Mrs. O'Brien provides. The Detroit papers are full of stories about the automotive industry. Production numbers, new factories opening, expansion plans. The city is booming in ways that seem almost unbelievable. Just 10 years ago, Detroit was a mid-sized manufacturing city, known mainly for stoves and railroad cars. The population was around 300,000. Now it approaches 600,000 and grows larger every month. People pour in from everywhere seeking factory jobs. The city cannot build housing fast enough. This rapid growth creates chaos. Streets that were dirt paths 5 years ago now carry heavy traffic. Neighbourhoods spring up overnight. Speculators buy farmland on the outskirts and subdivide it into lots. Builders throw up houses as fast as possible. Quality varies wildly. The automotive industry drives all of this. Ford is the largest employer, but dozens of other companies also build cars in Detroit. Packard, Dodge, Cadillac, Studebaker. Each company runs its own factories and employs thousands. Competition is fierce. Innovation is constant. The industry evolves month by month. You decide to walk downtown and see the city on your day off. The weather is cold but clear. Perfect for exploring. You bundle up and set out. The walk takes about 40 minutes from your boarding house. You do not mind. After a week of standing in one spot, covering some distance feels good. Downtown Detroit is transformed. New buildings rise on every block. The streets buzz with activity even on Sunday. Shops display goods in elaborate window arrangements. Restaurants advertise special dinners. Movie theatres promise the latest films. The city feels alive with possibility. You window shop for a while, looking at things you cannot quite afford yet. A nice suit in a haberdashery window, leather shoes that would last for years, a wristwatch with a second hand. These items represent the life you're working toward. Middle-class respectability, comfort, stability. The automotive wealth has created a new class of prosperous workers, men who earn enough to buy houses and furniture, and even automobiles. This worker prosperity is unprecedented. Factory workers were traditionally poor. They lived in slums and struggled to survive. But the $5 day changed that equation. You see evidence of this new prosperity everywhere. Workers dressed in good clothes, families shopping together, children who look well-fed and healthy. This is what Ford's wage revolution accomplished. It lifted thousands of workers into something resembling middle-class life. Critics argue that Ford buys worker loyalty with high wages, that the paternalistic company policies amount to control. They are not entirely wrong. But workers mostly do not care about the theoretical concerns. They care about feeding their families and having decent lives. The $5 wage makes that possible. You stop at a small restaurant for lunch, a real sit-down meal instead of the quick lunches you eat at the factory. The menu offers choices. You order roast chicken with potatoes and vegetables, coffee and a slice of pie for dessert. The whole meal costs more than a week of groceries, but you justify it as a Sunday treat. The restaurant is full of other factory workers enjoying their day off. You recognise a few faces from the plant. They nod in greeting, but everyone maintains polite distance. The factory hierarchy extends into social life. Workers do not presume friendship just because they work for the same company. After lunch, you walk to the riverfront. The Detroit River separates the city from Canada. Ships move up and down carrying goods. The water is grey under the winter sky. You stand and watch for a while, enjoying the open space and fresh air. This is one thing you miss about farm life. The open sky, the sense of space. The factory floor is vast but enclosed. You spend all week under artificial light breathing recycled air. Standing by the river on Sunday helps balance that confinement. Other people walk along the riverfront. Couples holding hands, families with children, old men feeding birds. The diversity of the crowd reflects the changing city. Detroit is becoming a genuine metropolis, a place where different kinds of people live side by side. You think about bringing someone to the riverfront someday. A woman, perhaps. You have not had much time or energy for romance since moving to Detroit. The work consumes too much. But you would like to have a family eventually, a home of your own. The normal markers of adult life. For now those dreams remain distant. You're still establishing yourself, building savings, learning the city. Romance can wait until you have more stability. That is the practical approach. Though sometimes you feel the weight of loneliness, the afternoon passes pleasantly. You explore different neighbourhoods. You see the mansions on Boston Boulevard where automotive executives live. Enormous houses with manicured lawns and expensive automobiles parked in circular driveways. This is where the real wealth accumulates. Factory wages are good, but ownership is where fortunes are made. Henry Ford is one of the richest men in America now. His personal wealth is estimated in the tens of millions. That money comes from building and selling automobiles. Every Model T that rolls off the line adds to his fortune. You helped build those cars. Your labour creates his wealth. The relationship is clear and undeniable. Some workers resent this dynamic. They argue that labour should share more of the profits. Union organisers occasionally appear near the factory gates, handing out pamphlets and making speeches. Ford opposes unions vigorously. He believes the $5 wage makes unions unnecessary. Most workers agree with him. Why organise when pay is already good? But not everyone is satisfied. Some workers want more control over working conditions, more say in how the factory operates, more security against arbitrary firing. These concerns are legitimate even if union organising remains minimal. You have mixed feelings about unions. The higher wages and better conditions would be welcome. But you also worry about conflict with management. Getting fired would be devastating. Better to keep your head down and do the work. That is the safer path. Evening approaches. The winter sun sets early. You start walking back toward the boarding house. The temperature drops as darkness comes. You move quickly to stay warm. Other people hurry past on their own errands. The city does not slow down just because the sun sets. You arrive home as Mrs. O'Brien is setting out Sunday dinner. This is the best meal of the week. Roast beef with all the accompaniments. The boarders gather and eat together. Conversation is more relaxed on Sunday evenings. The next workday is still hours away. Everyone can afford to relax a little. After dinner, you retreat to your room and read for a while. You have a book about the history of machinery. It interests you to understand the context of your work. The assembly line did not appear from nowhere. It evolved from earlier manufacturing methods. Understanding that evolution helps you see your place in a larger story. You read until your eyes grow heavy, then you set the book aside and prepare for bed. Tomorrow's Monday, back to the factory, back to the line. The cycle begins again, but Sunday provided a break. A reminder that life exists beyond the factory walls, that helps you face the week ahead. Monday morning arrives like all the others. The whistle blows. You wake and dress and eat and walk to the factory. The routine is so familiar now that you barely notice the individual steps. Your body moves through the sequence automatically. The day shift begins. You take your position at station 47. The line starts moving. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. Reach and bolt and tighten and move. The rhythm is unchanged. The work is identical. Another week begins. But something feels different today. Maybe it is the Sunday rest. Maybe it is the time you spent exploring the city. Whatever the reason, you see the work with slightly fresher eyes. You notice details that usually blur into background. The man working 2 stations ahead has developed a limp. He favours his left leg, an injury perhaps, or just the accumulated strain of months on the line. He keeps working though. Showing weakness invites replacement. You make a mental note to watch your own body more carefully. The woman who delivers parts to your station moves with practiced efficiency. Yes, women work in the factory too. Not on the assembly line itself, but in supporting roles. Parts delivery, quality inspection, administrative tasks. Ford employs women more readily than most companies. Another progressive policy that sets the company apart. She sets down a bin of steering columns and takes away the empty bin. The exchange happens in seconds. She does not speak, and neither do you. There is no time for conversation, but you appreciate her competence. The supply chain must work perfectly or the line stops. She ensures that your station never runs out of parts. The morning passes, lunch comes and goes, the afternoon shift begins. You're back in the familiar rhythm. But your mind keeps returning to larger questions. How long will you do this work? What comes next? Is there a future beyond the assembly line? These questions have no easy answers. Some workers stay on the line for years, even decades. They make peace with the monotony and focus on the steady paycheck. Others move into skilled trades or supervisory roles. A few leave for different industries entirely. There is no single path. You think about the skills you're developing: manual dexterity, mechanical understanding, the ability to work precisely under time pressure. These skills could transfer to other roles: tool and die maker perhaps, machine repair technician, jobs that pay even better than assembly work and offer more autonomy. But those positions require additional training. You would need to study, take classes, invest time and money. That feels overwhelming when you're already working 8-hour days. Still, it might be necessary. You cannot imagine doing this exact job for the rest of your working life. The foreman appears at your station. He watches you complete a chassis. You maintain steady pace and clean technique. He nods approval and moves on. Small moments like this matter. Building a reputation for reliability creates opportunities. When skilled positions open, foremen remember the workers who consistently perform well. The afternoon continues. You fall back into the semi-trance state that makes time pass faster. Chassis blur together. Numbers accumulate. The end of shift approaches slowly but inevitably. You think about Henry Ford's vision while you work. He wanted to make automobiles accessible to everyone, to transform American life through mass production. He succeeded beyond what anyone thought possible. The Model T changed everything. It brought mobility to millions. It reshaped cities and countryside alike. Your role in this transformation is small but real. Every steering column you install is essential. Remove your work and the car does not function. Multiply your contribution by all the other workers and the full scope becomes clear. Together you are building the future. This thought provides meaning to the repetitive work. You're not just tightening bolts. You are participating in something larger. The Industrial Revolution is not just an abstract historical force. It is this factory, this assembly line, these specific actions performed by real people. The philosophical perspective helps but does not eliminate the fatigue. Your body still aches, your mind still wants escape. But understanding the broader context makes the immediate difficulties more bearable. Purpose transforms suffering into something meaningful. The end of shift whistle finally sounds. You complete your last chassis of the day and step back from the line. Another day finished. Another small increment of progress toward your future goals. You clean your station and head to the locker room. The walk home passes in the usual way. Tired workers moving through darkening streets. You arrive at the boarding house and go through the evening routine. Dinner, wash up, a few minutes of reading, then bed. As you lie in the darkness waiting for sleep, you think about the bigger picture. Detroit is being built right now. The automotive industry is creating a new kind of city, a new kind of economy, a new kind of life. You are part of that creation whether you fully realize it or not. The assembly line will spread. Other industries will adopt the methods pioneered here. Production will become faster and cheaper. Consumer goods will become more abundant. Standards of living will rise. All of this flows from the innovations happening in Detroit right now. But there will be costs too. The dehumanizing aspects of assembly line work will affect millions. The environmental impact of mass automobile ownership will reshape the landscape. Urban sprawl will consume farmland. These consequences are not yet visible, but they are coming. You cannot see that far ahead. You can only see tomorrow. Another shift at the factory. Another day of repetitive work. Another small addition to your savings. One day at a time. That is all anyone can manage. Sleep finally comes. Your last conscious thought is of the morning whistle. It will sound in just a few hours. The cycle will begin again, but for now you rest. The factory releases its hold. The assembly line stops moving. The noise fades. There is only darkness and silence, and the deep sleep of exhausted muscles. Tomorrow will bring the same work, the same routine, the same rhythm. But you will face it as you have faced all the days before, with determination, with resilience, with the knowledge that this work, however difficult, is building something. Your future, your city, your world. The early automotive workers of Detroit are creating the 20th century. You are one of them. That matters. That will always matter. No matter how tired you get or how monotonous the work becomes, that fundamental truth remains. You are building the future, one steering column at a time. Imagine standing in Alexandria around 300 CE, when the great library still held the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world. The air smells of papyrus, lamp oil, and that particular mustiness that clings to places where knowledge lives. Somewhere in a modest workshop near the harbour, a practitioner hunches over a clay vessel, watching coloured smoke curl upward, while making careful notes on a wax tablet. This is where our story truly begins, though alchemy's roots stretch even further back into the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia and the temples of ancient Egypt. The word alchemy itself carries the memory of this Egyptian origin, al from Arabic, and chem possibly from the ancient Egyptian word for their own land, the black soil of the Nile Delta. Black earth, the source of life and fertility, where transformation happened every year as floods receded and crops emerged. The earliest alchemists weren't trying to get rich quick or discover some magical shortcut. They were observers who noticed that the world was full of transformations. Clay became pottery in the kiln's heat. Grapes fermented into wine. Copper and tin, two relatively soft metals, could be combined to create bronze, something harder and more useful than either parent material. If such dramatic changes were possible, what else might be transformed given the right conditions, the right knowledge, and the right touch? In ancient Egypt, the embalmers held specialised knowledge about preserving bodies, a literal attempt to defeat death and decay. The metalworkers understood how to extract pure metals from rocky ores, transforming dull stones into gleaming gold and silver. The perfume makers could capture the essence of flowers in oils that lasted long after the blooms had withered. Each craft involved taking something ordinary and elevating it to a higher state. These weren't separate practices in the ancient mind. They were all part of understanding nature's patterns, its hidden connections. The priest-physicians who made medicines from plants and minerals were also studying the stars because they believed everything was connected in a grand cosmic web. Your health is related to the planet's positions, the seasons turning, and the balance of elements within your body. Greek philosophers, particularly those influenced by Egyptian wisdom traditions, began systematizing these observations into theories. They proposed that all matter consisted of 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, air, and fire, combined in different proportions. Change one element to another, adjust the proportions, and you could theoretically transform any substance into any other substance. Lead into gold wasn't absurd within this framework. It was just extremely difficult practical work. This is crucial to understand as you drift towards sleep. Alchemy wasn't the practice of foolish people chasing impossible dreams. It was the best attempt available, given the knowledge of the time, to understand and work with the material world. The alchemists were the ancestors of modern chemists, pharmacists, and materials scientists, working without benefit of atomic theory or the periodic table, but with careful observation and genuine curiosity. The Hellenistic world of Alexandria brought together Egyptian practical knowledge, Greek philosophical speculation, and incoming ideas from Persia and India. In this intellectual melting pot, alchemy began to take recognisable form. Practitioners started writing treatises, developing specialised equipment, and establishing a tradition that would spread across continents and survive for nearly 2,000 years. These early alchemists developed the athanor, a specialised furnace that could maintain consistent temperatures for days or weeks, crucial for their long processes. They created alembics for distillation, retorts for heating substances in controlled conditions, and sophisticated glassware for separating and purifying materials. Walking into an alchemical laboratory in the 3rd century would have felt surprisingly familiar if you'd ever visited a modern chemistry lab, though you'd notice the absence of safety goggles and the presence of considerably more mystical inscriptions. The Roman Empire's decline scattered this knowledge like seeds on the wind. Some texts were preserved in Byzantine libraries, carefully copied by monks who might not have fully understood what they were preserving. Other manuscripts travelled east, finding new homes in Persian and eventually Arabic-speaking courts. The great work of alchemy was beginning its long journey through cultures and centuries. Let's move forward several centuries and travel east to the Islamic Golden Age, when Baghdad was the intellectual centre of the world. The year is around 800 CE, and you're standing outside the workshop of Jabir ibn Hayyan. Jabir ibn Hayyan, whose name the medieval Europeans would later mangle into Gerber, Jabir's workspace is a wonder of careful organisation. Rows of glass vessels line wooden shelves, each labelled with careful Arabic script. The central workbench holds a complex arrangement of flasks connected by tubes, positioned over carefully tended charcoal braziers. The smell here is complex. The mineral tang of sal ammoniac, the sweet sharp scent of various tinctures, and the ever-present background of smoke and heated metal. It's not unpleasant, just intensely present, the smell of transformation itself. Jabir represents a turning point in alchemical history. Where earlier practitioners often wrote in vague symbolic language, he insisted on careful observation and detailed record-keeping. He understood that reliable knowledge came from repeatable processes. If you couldn't describe your method precisely enough for another practitioner to duplicate it, you didn't really understand what you were doing. This is surprisingly modern thinking for the 9th century. Jabir developed systematic classification schemes for substances, distinguishing between what we'd now call elements, compounds, and mixtures. He described processes like distillation, crystallization, and sublimation with such clarity that his instructions can still be followed today. He understood that mercury could dissolve gold, that substances had characteristic reactions that could identify them, and that careful control of temperature and timing could mean the difference between success and disaster. But Jabir was working within the theoretical framework of his time, which viewed matter very differently than we do now. He believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur in varying proportions and degrees of purity. Gold was perfectly balanced mercury and sulfur, completely purified. Lead was unbalanced and impure. Therefore, transforming lead into gold meant purifying and rebalancing its fundamental components. Theoretically possible, just technically challenging. The alchemical laboratory became a place where philosophy met practice, where abstract theory encountered stubborn material reality. The work required patience that modern people might find hard to fathom. Processes could take weeks or months, requiring constant attention and adjustment. The alchemist learned to read subtle signs, slight colour changes in a solution, the quality of vapours rising from a heated flask, and the way crystals formed along the edges of a cooling vessel. Fire was the great transformer, but it had to be understood in all its moods. A gentle heat that barely warmed the hand could accomplish things that intense flames would destroy. The Athanor, that specialised furnace, was designed to provide this patient steady heat. Some alchemical operations supposedly required maintaining specific temperatures for 40 days and 40 nights. The same period Christ spent in the wilderness, and probably not coincidentally. The vessels themselves took on sacred significance. The alembic, used for distillation, became a symbol of purification, crude matter being vaporized, rising upward, and condensing into a purer form. The retort, with its long curved neck, contained and controlled transformations, preventing precious vapours from escaping. Even the simple mortar and pestle grinding and mixing ingredients represented the breaking down of old forms to create new combinations. Islamic alchemists like Jabir worked in a culture that valued learning and saw no contradiction between scientific investigation and spiritual practice. The Quran itself encouraged believers to observe nature and discover God's patterns in creation. Alchemy fit perfectly into this worldview. It was simultaneously practical chemistry, philosophical investigation, and spiritual discipline. The substances they worked with acquired layers of meaning. Mercury, liquid and silvery, was understood as the principle of fusibility and volatility. It represented the soul or spirit of metals. Sulfur, which burned with that characteristic acrid smell, was the principle of combustibility. It represented the soul or animating force. Salt, which remained after burning, was the principle of fixity and permanence. It represented the body. Everything in the alchemical worldview was composed of these three principles in varying combinations. As Islamic civilization spread from Persia to Spain, alchemical knowledge travelled with it. Libraries in Cordoba and Toledo accumulated texts in Arabic, Persian, and Greek. When Christian scholars began learning Arabic and translating these works into Latin in the 12th and 13th centuries, they discovered an intellectual treasure that would reshape European thought. The flame and the vessel, heat and container, process and patience. These became the fundamental tools of transformation. The alchemist learned to work with nature's timing rather than against it, understanding that some changes couldn't be rushed. You couldn't hurry the maturation of gold any more than you could hurry the growth of an oak tree from an acorn. Both required proper conditions and sufficient time. Now let's turn our attention to what might be alchemy's most famous quest, the search for the elixir of life, the substance that could cure all diseases, restore youth, and grant immortality itself. This wasn't a side project or a fantasy addition to serious alchemical work. For many practitioners, it was the ultimate goal, more important even than transmuting base metals into gold. The logic within their framework was compelling. If substances could be purified and perfected, lead into gold, crude ore into gleaming metal, why couldn't the human body be similarly transformed? If alchemy was about understanding and working with nature's principles of transformation, surely the ultimate transformation would be conquering death itself. Chinese alchemists pursued this goal with particular intensity, and their work influenced practices across Asia and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. In China, the quest for immortality connected deeply with Taoist philosophy, which saw the human body as a microcosm of the universe. If you could achieve perfect internal balance, harmonizing the body's energies with cosmic forces, you might transcend ordinary mortality. The legendary elixir took many forms in different traditions. Sometimes it was described as a liquid, clear as water or golden as honey. Other accounts spoke of it as a powder or stone, something solid that could be dissolved in wine or water. The Chinese termed it the pill of immortality, while Islamic and European alchemists called it the elixir, from the Arabic elixir, meaning the substance itself, or perhaps a powder for making solutions. What's fascinating as you settle deeper into your pillows is that the search for this elixir led to genuine medical advances. Alchemists experimenting with mineral and plant substances discovered compounds that actually worked as medicines. The distillation processes they developed for purifying the elixir gave us stronger, more reliable medicines. Their careful observations of how substances affected the body contributed to understanding physiology and pharmacology. Paracelsus, a Swiss physician and alchemist of the 16th century, revolutionized medicine by treating diseases with carefully prepared chemical medicines rather than relying solely on herbs. He believed the body was essentially a chemical system, and diseases were chemical imbalances that required chemical corrections. This was radical thinking that earned him both devoted followers and fierce critics. His approach, though sometimes spectacularly wrong in details, pointed toward modern pharmaceutical chemistry. The preparation of the elixir supposedly required the same patience and spiritual preparation as creating the philosopher's stone, the substance that could transform lead into gold. Many texts suggested they were actually the same thing or intimately related. The stone that perfected metals would also perfect the human body, making sense within the alchemical worldview where microcosm and macrocosm reflected each other. Recipes for the elixir varied wildly, partly because alchemical texts deliberately obscured their methods with symbolic language. One 14th century European text describes a process involving repeated distillations of wine mixed with various herbs, minerals, and even gold itself, the entire operation conducted according to astrological timing. The final product was supposedly a clear liquid that glowed faintly in darkness and smelled of roses and something indefinable. Whether anyone ever produced such a substance is doubtful. What we know is that the quest led practitioners to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for purification and concentration. They learned to extract the quintessence, literally the fifth essence beyond the four elements from plants and minerals. These concentrated extracts were often genuinely potent, though not in the magical ways practitioners hoped. The elixir wasn't just about physical immortality. In Chinese alchemy particularly, and increasingly in Islamic and European traditions, it represented spiritual transformation. The process of creating the elixir mirrored the process of spiritual refinement. Just as crude matter had to be broken down, purified and reconstituted at a higher level, so too the alchemist's soul underwent trials, purifications, and ultimate transformation. This spiritual dimension became increasingly important in European alchemy, especially as the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance. The alchemist's laboratory became a place of meditation and prayer as much as chemical experimentation. The long hours watching vessels heat, observing slow colour changes, and waiting for crystallizations, these became opportunities for contemplation. Some alchemists claimed that the work couldn't succeed without proper spiritual preparation. They spoke of necessary prayers, fasting, and meditation. The laboratory work was inseparable from inner work. You couldn't perfect matter without perfecting yourself. The elixir that granted immortality wasn't just a substance you swallowed. It was the culmination of a complete transformation of both matter and spirit. Chinese emperors, desperate for immortality, sometimes consumed alchemical preparations with disastrous results. Mercury and arsenic, both common ingredients in elixir recipes, are quite toxic. The irony of dying from ingesting substances meant to grant eternal life wasn't lost on observers, yet the quest continued, driven by that deeply human resistance to accepting mortality. In gentler forms, the search for the elixir gave us contributions to herbal medicine that persist today. The careful distillation of plant essences led to understanding how to concentrate active ingredients. The documentation of which substances affected which conditions, though often mixed with symbolic language and false theories, contained genuine observations that informed later medical practice. As you drift towards sleep, let's meet some of the remarkable individuals who devoted their lives to the alchemical arts. These weren't foolish or credulous people. They were often the most learned scholars of their time, applying the best available methods to questions that still fascinate us. In medieval Europe, Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, was a Dominican friar whose interests ranged across all available knowledge. Born around 1200, he wrote extensively on logic, theology, mathematics, and natural philosophy. His works on minerals and metals show careful observation mixed with alchemical theory. He described how to test whether metals were pure, catalogued their properties, and discussed various attempts at transmutation he had witnessed or heard about. His student Thomas Aquinas would become more famous for theology, but both teacher and student saw no contradiction between faith and investigating nature's secrets. Roger Bacon, an English Franciscan friar of the 13th century, advocated for experimental methods and mathematical analysis in studying nature. He wrote about alchemy as both a practical art and a philosophical pursuit, distinguishing between genuine investigation and charlatans who promised quick gold while delivering only expensive disappointment. Bacon understood that real knowledge required patient observation and careful testing. Principles that seem obvious now but were revolutionary for his time. Let's visit the laboratory of a 15th century alchemist, perhaps in Prague or Florence. The room occupies the top floor of a comfortable house. Alchemists needed privacy and good ventilation for their work. Morning light streams through tall windows, illuminating floating dust motes and catching the glass vessels arranged on shelves. The furnace, carefully built of brick and clay, occupies one corner, its fire carefully banked overnight, but now being coaxed back to working heat. Our alchemist, let's imagine her since women did practice alchemy despite rarely receiving credit, begins her day by checking the various operations in progress. One flask contains a solution that's been slowly evaporating for 2 weeks, with crystalline formations just beginning to appear at the edges. Another holds a substance undergoing digestion, sealed and kept at body temperature in a bath of warm water and sand. A third sits in a sunny window, where sunlight gradually works its transformative effect on the prepared materials within. She makes careful notes in her journal, using the elaborate symbolic language that protects alchemical secrets from the uninitiated. A circle with a dot represents gold and the sun. A crescent is silver and the moon. Various animals, the green lion, the red dragon, and the white swan, symbolize specific substances and stages of the work. To the untrained eye, her notes look like mystical gibberish. To another practitioner, they're a precise recipe and progress report. By the 16th century, European courts often employed alchemists, sometimes multiple ones competing for patronage. The Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, ruling from Prague, collected alchemists the way some collectors accumulate stamps. His Prague court became a haven for alchemical investigation, attracting practitioners from across Europe. Some were genuine researchers, others were impressive con artists, and most were probably something in between. One of the most intriguing figures was John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth Thurcer of England. Dee was a mathematician, astronomer, and alchemist who served as a kind of chief science officer to the English court. His library was among the finest in Europe, and his interests range from practical navigation problems, crucial for England's growing maritime power, to attempting communication with angels through elaborate symbolic systems. He represents that characteristic Renaissance blending of what we'd now consider science, magic and religion into a unified pursuit of knowledge. The boundary between alchemy and medicine remained fluid. Physician alchemists like Paracelsus and his followers treated diseases with carefully prepared mineral and chemical medicines. They developed tinctures, extracts, and compounds that actually worked, though often not for the reasons they believed. The drinkable gold preparations that wealthy patients consumed probably didn't extend their lives, but some of the mercury and antimony compounds prepared by alchemical methods did treat certain conditions, despite being rather toxic by modern standards. Women's role in alchemy deserves more attention than it usually receives. While men dominated public alchemical discourse, women participated in the actual work, particularly in family workshops where husbands and wives often worked together. Some women operated their own laboratories, though they faced the usual obstacles of limited education opportunities and social restrictions. The legendary Maria the Jewess, supposedly working in Alexandria around the 3rd century, is credited with inventing the double boiler, still called a bain-marie in her honour, an improving distillation apparatus. Whether she actually existed is debated, but the equipment attributed to her certainly did. Moving into the 17th century, we find alchemy at a crossroads. Some practitioners were beginning to strip away the symbolic language and focus purely on material transformations they could observe and measure. Others doubled down on the spiritual and philosophical dimensions, seeing alchemy primarily as a path to inner transformation that happened to involve laboratory work as its vehicle. Both groups claimed to represent true alchemy, and arguably both were right. Alchemy had always contained both dimensions. Robert Boyle, working in mid-17th century England, conducted careful experiments testing alchemical claims while developing what we'd recognise as modern chemistry. He's famous for Boyle's law describing gas behaviour, but he also performed numerous experiments on transmutation, approaching it as a testable hypothesis rather than an article of faith. His work demonstrates the transitional period when alchemy was gradually becoming chemistry. One of alchemy's most distinctive features was its elaborate symbolic language. Settle deeper under your blankets while we explore why alchemists wrote in code and what those strange symbols actually meant. Part of the motivation was simple professional secrecy. If you believed you discovered important knowledge, perhaps how to transmute metals or create powerful medicines, you might reasonably want to control who could access that information. Writing in symbolic language meant only trained practitioners could understand your texts, protecting your discoveries from theft or misuse, but the symbolism served deeper purposes. Alchemical operations were complex, involving multiple substances and stages unfolding over time. The symbolic language provided a rich, flexible vocabulary for describing processes that ordinary words couldn't quite capture. When an alchemist wrote about the green lion devouring the sun, they weren't being deliberately obscure for fun. They were using established terminology to describe a specific chemical interaction, probably involving vitriol and gold. The symbols drew from multiple sources. Astrological signs represented metals. Gold was the Sun, silver the Moon, copper Venus, iron Mars, tin Jupiter, lead Saturn, and Mercury, both the metal and the god, was Mercury. This wasn't arbitrary. The metals and planets were thought to share essential qualities. Gold, like the Sun, was perfect, incorruptible and radiant. Lead, like Saturn, was heavy, cold and sluggish. Animals populated alchemical texts with specific meanings. The dragon represented raw, chaotic matter, or sometimes specific chemicals depending on context. The lion might represent gold, or a stage of the work characterized by intense activity. The phoenix, dying and reborn from its ashes, symbolized dissolution and reconstitution, the destruction of old forms and emergence of new, purified ones. The pelican, mythically feeding its young with its own blood, represented circulation processes where distilled vapours repeatedly fell back into the vessel. Colours marked crucial transitions. The work typically proceeded through stages identified by colour changes, the nigredo or blackening, when matter broke down into chaos, the albedo or whitening, representing purification, the citrinitas or yellowing, a transitional stage, and finally the rubedo or reddening, marking completion and perfection. These weren't arbitrary labels. Actual colour changes occurred during chemical operations, and practitioners learned to read them as signs of progress or problems. The most famous alchemical symbol was probably the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, forming a circle. It represented cyclic processes, the unity of beginning and end, and the principle that transformations were fundamentally circular rather than linear. What began as one substance became another, but the underlying essence persisted through transformation, like the snake continuously consuming and regenerating itself. Encoded in the symbolic language was often genuine chemical knowledge. The philosophical egg described sealed vessels where materials underwent transformation, isolated from outside interference. The marriage of sun and moon referred to combining gold and silver, or more abstractly, uniting opposing principles. The bath of the king meant dissolving gold in special acids. Once you learned the code, detailed instructions were actually preserved in these seemingly mystical texts. But the symbols also carried philosophical and spiritual dimensions. The breaking down of matter into prime components, the solve of solvet coagula, dissolve and coagulate, paralleled the mystic's dissolution of ego and everyday consciousness. The reconstitution into something purer and more perfect mirrored spiritual rebirth. The alchemist working in their laboratory was also, ideally, working on themselves, and the symbolic language captured both dimensions simultaneously. Alchemical illustrations became increasingly elaborate in printed books from the 15th century onward. These images showed complex allegorical scenes, kings and queens bathing together in pools, eagles and toads consuming each other, and hermaphroditic figures combining masculine and feminine qualities. On one level, these illustrated specific chemical operations. On another, they mapped psychological and spiritual transformations. The effective alchemist could read both messages simultaneously. This multi-layered communication created problems. Texts meant as straightforward laboratory instructions could be read as pure spiritual allegory. Conversely, writings primarily about inner transformation got interpreted as literal recipes for making gold. Misunderstandings multiplied across centuries and language translations. An Arabic text written primarily about spiritual development might reach a medieval European reader who tried to follow it as practical chemistry instructions, producing baffling and dangerous results. The symbolic language also permitted creative ambiguity that protected alchemists from dangerous accusations. During periods of religious intolerance, writing that could be read multiple ways provided safety. If challenged about potentially heretical ideas, one could always claim the text was merely about chemical procedures, not theological speculation. If accused of fraud, One could insist the writing was symbolic spiritual instruction, not literal promises about making gold. Some alchemists, particularly in later periods, used the symbolic language almost as a meditation practice. The act of encoding knowledge in symbols or decoding others' symbolic texts became a form of contemplative exercise. Wrestling with meaning, holding multiple interpretations simultaneously, and developing the mental flexibility to see connections between seemingly unrelated domains. All of this trained the mind in ways practitioners found valuable, regardless of whether they ever succeeded at transmutation. As you drift toward that threshold between waking and sleeping, let's explore how alchemy gradually transformed into chemistry, how the mystical became methodical, and the symbolic gave way to the systematic. The transition wasn't sudden or complete. Throughout the 17th century, natural philosophers, the era's scientists, often worked in both modes. They might spend mornings attempting transmutation experiments and afternoons measuring gas pressures or calculating planetary orbits. The boundaries between alchemy, chemistry, physics, and even theology remained fluid. Isaac Newton, now remembered primarily for physics and mathematics, devoted enormous energy to alchemical investigation. His private papers, unpublished during his lifetime, contain extensive notes on alchemical texts and records of his own experiments. For Newton, alchemy represented an attempt to understand nature's fundamental forces, the same goal that motivated his work on gravity and motion. He saw no contradiction between calculating planetary orbits and attempting to transmute metals. Both were investigations into God's natural laws, but certain developments began distinguishing chemistry from alchemy. The crucial shift was toward precise measurement and quantification. Alchemists had always observed their materials carefully, but chemical pioneers started weighing everything: reactants before mixing, products after reactions, and even gases that escaped during processes. This obsessive measuring revealed patterns that qualitative observation missed. When you measure carefully, you discover conservation. Matter doesn't disappear or appear magically during reactions. It transforms while maintaining constant total weight. This was devastating for certain alchemical claims while validating others. The idea that lead could become gold looked increasingly doubtful, when precise measurements showed that such transformations never actually produced weight changes, consistent with one element becoming another. Yet the reality of chemical reactions, where new substances emerge with completely different properties than their starting materials, was confirmed and extended. The development of better apparatus accelerated this transition. Improved vacuum pumps allowed studying gases more carefully. More precise thermometers enabled maintaining specific temperatures. Better balances detected tiny weight changes. Standardized glassware made experiments more reproducible. The physical conditions of laboratory work were becoming more controlled, and with greater control came more reliable results. Antoine Lavoisier, working in late 18th century France, exemplifies chemistry's emergence as a modern science. He demolished phlogiston theory, the idea that combustible materials contained a fire element released during burning, by showing that burning actually involved combination with oxygen, and that careful weighing proved this. His insistence on precise measurement, systematic experimentation, and clear nomenclature helped establish chemistry as a distinct discipline with standardized methods. The language changed along with the methods. Chemical nomenclature became more systematic, describing compounds based on their composition, rather than using traditional alchemical names or symbols. Vitriol became sulfuric acid. Sal ammoniac became ammonium chloride. The transition from poetic symbolic names to descriptive systematic terminology marked a fundamental shift in how practitioners thought about their materials. Professional organisation changed too. The old model of master alchemists working in private laboratories, occasionally taking apprentices, gave way to university positions, scientific societies, and published research in specialised journals. Priestley, Cavendish, Scheele, and others were discovering new gases, new elements, and new compounds, and immediately publishing their methods and results for others to verify and extend. The solitary seeker became the collaborative researcher. Yet alchemy didn't simply die. It persisted, transformed in several forms. Some practitioners continued traditional alchemical work, seeing themselves as guardians of ancient wisdom that modern materialist science had abandoned. Organisations like the Rosicrucians and various Hermetic societies maintained alchemical traditions, though increasingly emphasising spiritual rather than material aspects. Meanwhile, chemistry absorbed alchemy's techniques and questions while discarding its theoretical framework. The careful distillations, the specialised apparatus, the patient observation of material transformations, all of this persisted and developed further. What changed was the explanatory framework, the theoretical understanding of what was actually happening during chemical reactions. The 19th century's chemical triumphs, the periodic table organising elements, molecular theory explaining how atoms combine, and analytical techniques identifying substances provided frameworks for understanding that alchemists had lacked. It turned out lead couldn't become gold through chemical means because elements are fundamental. They can't be transformed into each other by chemical processes. The alchemists weren't fools, but they were working without crucial information about matter's actual structure. Interestingly, 20th century physics achieved what alchemists had claimed was possible: actual transmutation of elements. Nuclear reactions can indeed transform lead into gold by altering atomic nuclei. The cost and difficulty make it completely impractical, but it's theoretically and practically possible. So in a strange sense, the alchemist's dream was valid, just achievable only through means they never imagined, requiring understanding matter at scales far beyond what their apparatus could access. The transformation from alchemy to chemistry illustrates how scientific understanding develops. Alchemy wasn't entirely wrong. It correctly identified that substances could transform into other substances, that matter had hidden properties that careful investigation could reveal, and that systematic practice could produce reliable results. What it lacked was the correct theoretical framework for explaining observations and predicting outcomes. Once that framework developed, chemistry could progress rapidly while alchemy became history. Now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin that pleasant drift toward dreams, let's consider what the alchemical quest means for us today, centuries after the last serious attempts at transmuting lead into gold. The obvious legacy is chemistry itself. Modern pharmaceuticals, material science, industrial processes, and environmental analysis. Every time you take a medicine, appreciate a colourful synthetic fabric, or rely on a battery, you're benefiting from knowledge that traces back through chemistry to alchemy. The techniques developed by those patient practitioners, watching their vessels and tending their furnaces, evolved into methods that shape contemporary life. But something deeper persists too. The alchemical quest was ultimately about transformation, and that remains profoundly human. We still seek ways to transform ourselves through education, therapy, spiritual practices, and physical training. We pursue transformations of our societies through political movements, technological innovation, and cultural evolution. The specific goal of turning lead into gold may be abandoned, but the underlying dream of transformation continues. Modern science pursues transformations that would have dazzled alchemists. We transform energy into matter in particle accelerators. We transform genetic information, editing DNA to cure diseases or create new organisms. We transform sand and metals into computers that hold libraries worth of knowledge. We even manipulate individual atoms, positioning them precisely using techniques the alchemists couldn't have imagined. In a sense, we've realised their dreams through different paths. The search for life extension continues too, though now through molecular biology, genetic engineering and pharmacology rather than through elixirs. Scientists investigate aging mechanisms, seeking ways to slow or reverse the processes that eventually destroy us. We haven't achieved immortality, but human lifespans have dramatically increased through medical advances that owe their methodology, if not their specific techniques, to alchemy's patient investigation of how substances affect the body. Contemporary interest in alchemy often focuses on its psychological and spiritual dimensions. Carl Jung extensively studied alchemical texts, seeing in them symbols for psychological processes. The alchemical transformation of base metals into gold became, in his framework, a metaphor for psychological development, transforming the crude, unconscious aspects of personality into something more refined and integrated. Whether the alchemists themselves saw their work this way is debatable, but Jung's interpretation gave alchemical symbolism new relevance. Some find in alchemy a reminder that knowledge isn't purely objective and technical. The alchemists believed the practitioner's spiritual state mattered, that you couldn't separate the experiment from the experimenter, and that transformation of matter required transformation of self. Modern science, with its emphasis on objectivity and reproducibility, officially rejects this. A chemical reaction should work the same, regardless of who performs it. Yet anyone who's done laboratory work knows that skill, patience, and even intuition matter. The best scientists, like the best alchemists, bring something personal to their practice that transcends pure technique. The alchemical emphasis on direct experience and hands-on practice remains relevant. You couldn't learn alchemy just from books. You had to actually work in the laboratory, gaining embodied knowledge of how substances behaved, developing sensitivity to subtle changes, and cultivating patience through long processes. This contrasts with modern education's often abstract theoretical approach. There's renewed appreciation for hands-on learning, for knowledge that lives in the body and hands, not just the head. Environmental movements sometimes invoke alchemical language when discussing the transformation of industrial processes, cleaning polluted sites, or developing sustainable practices. The alchemical ideal of working with nature rather than against it, understanding material processes deeply enough to guide them wisely, respects limits while achieving meaningful transformations. This resonates with contemporary efforts towards sustainability. The alchemical tradition reminds us that science has history, that current understanding emerged from long development, and that even seemingly strange or outdated practices often contained valuable insights. Dismissing alchemy as mere superstition misses how it represented the best available attempts to understand matter, how it developed techniques we still use, and how it asked questions we continue pondering. Most fundamentally, alchemy embodies the enduring human conviction that transformation is possible. The world isn't fixed or finished. Matter can be changed, improved, and perfected. So can we. The alchemist standing before their Athanor, patiently working toward that distant goal of the Philosopher's Stone, was enacting a hope that remains central to human experience. The belief that things can be better, that effort and knowledge can elevate existence, and that the ordinary might become extraordinary. As sleep gently beckons, imagine yourself in an alchemist's laboratory, not from any specific time or place, but from the timeless realm where such spaces exist in our collective imagination. The light is golden and soft, filtering through high windows. Glass vessels catch and hold the light, transforming it into subtle rainbows. The furnace breathes quietly in its corner, maintaining its patient heat. The air here smells of mysteries, incense and minerals, aged parchment and growing things, and the metallic tang of transformation. Nothing feels rushed. Time moves differently in this space, following its own rhythms. A slow drip of distillation, the gradual shift of colour in a sealed flask, the almost imperceptible growth of crystals. These define the pace. On the workbench lie open books with hand-drawn illustrations, symbolic animals, elaborate diagrams, and careful notations in languages you half recognise. The symbols seem to shift slightly when you're not looking directly at them, as though they contain meanings that can't be fixed in place but must be approached sideways, through peripheral vision and intuition. The laboratory is also a garden. Herbs grow in terracotta pots on windowsills, each plant selected for specific virtues. Roses for their essence, rosemary for remembrance, sage for wisdom, and rue for healing. Their living presence reminds you that alchemy worked with nature's processes, not against them. Transformation requires patience, proper conditions, and respect for natural timing. In this laboratory, you understand what the alchemists sought. Not just gold or immortality, though those would be nice. They sought understanding of matter, of transformation, of the hidden connections between all things. They wanted to participate actively in creation's ongoing work rather than being passive observers. They believed humans could collaborate with nature's processes, guiding transformations that elevated both matter and spirit. The vessels on the shelves represent stages of the great work, each containing its own lesson. One holds Negredo, the black stage of dissolution where old forms break down, necessary before anything new can emerge. Another contains Albedo, the white stage of purification where essential qualities separate from dross. A third glows with Citrinitas, the golden yellowing that promises approaching completion. And somewhere, perhaps still in process, the Rubedo awaits, the red of perfection, of transformation completed. You understand now that the alchemist's laboratory was always two places at once. An actual workspace with real apparatus and materials, and a symbolic space representing inner transformation. The external work of purifying substances mirrored the internal work of refining consciousness. The patience required for long chemical processes cultivated spiritual patience. The failures and setbacks in the laboratory taught humility and persistence. Success, when it came, arrived as much from personal growth as from technical skill. The philosopher's stone, you realise in this drowsy state between waking and dreams, was never just a magical object. It represented perfected understanding. The state where the alchemist had so completely mastered their practice, so thoroughly transformed themselves that transformation of materials became almost effortless. The stone was the practitioner's own perfected skill and wisdom, accumulated through years of patient work. And the elixir of life? Perhaps it was never meant to be swallowed. Perhaps it was the practice itself, the engagement with meaningful work, the pursuit of understanding, the connection to traditions stretching back millennia, the sense of participating in something larger than oneself. The alchemists who devoted themselves to the great work often lived with an intensity and purpose that gave their days a richness ordinary life lacked. Maybe that was its own form of immortality. In this dream laboratory, time collapses. Jabir ibn Hayyan works at one bench, carefully recording observations in precise Arabic script. Albertus Magnus tends a distillation at another, occasionally making notes for his students. Maria the Jewess adjusts her double boiler, checking the temperature with experienced fingers. Paracelsus crushes minerals in a mortar, preparing medicines that will genuinely heal. They work companionably, these figures from different centuries and cultures united by their shared quest. They're not competing or hoarding secrets now. In this timeless space, they share knowledge freely, each contributing their piece to the great puzzle of understanding matter and transformation. The symbolic language they once used to obscure becomes a bridge, connecting insights across cultures and epochs. The green lion, the red dragon, the philosophical Mercury. These symbols let them communicate experiences that ordinary words can't quite capture. Through the laboratory windows you glimpse gardens and wilderness beyond. The natural world that was always alchemy's true teacher. The alchemists learned by observing natural transformations, ore to metal, grape to wine, and seed to flower. Their laboratory work was an attempt to understand and consciously guide processes that nature performed spontaneously. They weren't trying to break nature's laws, but to discover and work within them. The furnace glows steady and warm, neither too hot nor too cold. It's maintained this perfect balance for centuries, maybe forever. Its patient heat represents what the alchemists knew. Transformation requires sustained, gentle effort over time. You can't hurry the great work. Flash and force accomplish nothing, but steady application, proper conditions and sufficient time can achieve what seems impossible. On a shelf you notice a row of sealed vessels, each containing materials at different stages of transformation. Some have been here for days, others for months, and some perhaps for years. Each opens at its proper time, not a moment sooner. The sealed vessel, vas hermeticum, the hermetic vessel, protects transformations in progress from outside interference. Some processes need isolation and protection until they reach completion. You feel yourself becoming drowsy, the laboratory's golden light softening further. The gentle sounds, liquid dripping, furnace breathing, occasional clink of glass, become a lullaby. This is a good place to rest. The great work continues whether you wake or sleep, proceeding at its own pace, requiring nothing from you now except trust in the process. The alchemists understood something we sometimes forget. Not everything worth doing can be finished quickly. Some achievements require years, decades, or even lifetimes of patient effort. The work itself becomes the reward, the daily practice, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding, and the small advances that slowly compound into mastery. They also knew that failure was part of the process. Most experiments didn't succeed. Most attempts to create the Philosopher's Stone or the Elixir of Life produced only colourful disasters, expensive messes, or nothing at all. But each failure taught something. The alchemists learned what didn't work, which was often more useful than knowing what theoretically should work. Knowledge grew through a patient accumulation of both successes and instructive failures. As your consciousness drifts towards sleep, the laboratory around you becomes less defined, its edges softening into dream. But certain truths remain clear. Transformation is possible. Matter can change its form while retaining its underlying essence. So can we. The person you are today contains the potential for the person you might become, just as lead theoretically contained gold, or at least the alchemists believed it did, and their belief led them to develop chemistry. Patience matters. Nothing worth achieving happens instantly. The most profound transformations require time, attention, and sustained effort. Quick fixes rarely last, but patient work, returning day after day to your practice, accumulates into genuine change. Process and outcome intertwine. The alchemist seeking gold learned chemistry. The practitioner pursuing the elixir developed pharmacology. The mystic investigating symbolic transformations gained psychological insight. The journey shapes the traveller as much as the destination. Everything connects. The alchemists weren't wrong to see connections between metals and planets, between laboratory work and spiritual practice, and between microcosm and a macrocosm. They were recognizing a deep truth. Reality is interconnected in ways that rigid categorical thinking misses. The boundaries between disciplines, between matter and spirit, between inner and outer, these are useful fictions, not fundamental truths. Mystery remains. For all that modern science has explained, much remains unknown. We've mapped matter down to quarks and leptons, but consciousness remains mysterious. We've decoded DNA, but life's emergence is still puzzling. We've calculated the universe's age, but its ultimate nature remains debatable. The alchemist's humility before mystery, their recognition that knowledge was always partial and understanding always incomplete, deserves remembering. The vessels on the shelves shimmer and fade as sleep takes you. Their contents continue their slow transformations, whether observed or not. The great work proceeds. Somewhere, in laboratories around the world, people are still investigating transformations, different methods, different goals, but the same fundamental human drive to understand, to change, to elevate matter and spirit towards something better. The alchemists would recognize this continuity. They understood that knowledge was collective and cumulative, that each generation built on previous work, and that today's impossible might become tomorrow's routine. They stood in a tradition that stretched behind them to Egyptian temples and ahead to laboratories they couldn't imagine. We stand in that same tradition, connecting past and future through present practice. As you finally slip into sleep, a last image, that ancient symbol, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, beginning and end meet. Transformation is circular, not linear. What dissolves will reconstitute. What breaks down will rebuild. What seems like an ending is really another beginning. The great work never truly finishes. It just continues in new forms, new context, and new practitioners taking up tools their predecessors laid down. Sleep now. Dream of furnaces and vessels, of patient transformations, of substances changing their nature while retaining their essence. Dream of the long chain of seekers stretching back through centuries, each contributing their piece to understanding. Dream of gardens where herbs grow under careful tending, of libraries where ancient texts preserve hard-won wisdom, of laboratories where careful observation reveals nature's patterns. The alchemists are sleeping too, those patient workers of transformation. But their work continues in every chemistry lab, every pharmaceutical company, and every material science experiment. It continues in every garden where someone tends plants, in every kitchen where ingredients transform into meals, and in every mind where learning transforms ignorance into understanding. The great work is never finished because there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more to understand. The philosopher's stone remains eternally just beyond reach, which is perhaps exactly as it should be. The seeking matters more than the finding. The question matters more than the answer. The transformation of the seeker matters more than the discovery of the sought. Rest easy. The furnace burns steadily. The vessels contain their slow miracles. Time unfolds at its own pace. All is well in this laboratory between waking and dreams, where ancient wisdom meets eternal questions, where the possible and impossible blur together, and where transformation is always just beginning. The golden light fades to comfortable darkness. The sounds of the laboratory become the sound of your own breathing, steady and slow. The scent of transformation becomes the familiar smell of your pillow and blankets. But somewhere in your sleeping mind, the laboratory remains always accessible, always inviting, always offering the promise that transformation of matter, of spirit, of understanding remains possible. The alchemists knew this truth. We are all works in progress, materials being slowly refined, moving through our own stages from nigrido through albedo to rubedo, from dissolution through purification to perfection. The great work applies to substances in vessels and to consciousness itself. We are simultaneously the alchemist and the material, the practitioner and the practice, the seeker and the sought. Sleep deeply, transform while you rest. Tomorrow you'll wake changed in small ways, continuing your own great work, your own patient transformation. The alchemists would approve. They understood that the most important laboratory is consciousness itself, and the most crucial transformation happens within. Good night. May your dreams be golden and your rest transformative. The great work continues, as it always has and always will, in laboratories both physical and imaginal, tended by practitioners both waking and sleeping, pursuing that eternal quest to understand, to change, to elevate, to transform the base into the precious, the crude into the refined, and the ordinary into the extraordinary. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work, scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips, not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly, not yet, but they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be, more robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area, where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The larger structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were sceptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths, They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning. The hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge. Too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new, not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun, so subtle that no one could possibly recognize its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materialising around butchering sites. You start to recognise it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, You toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance, which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties. But something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you, though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way, they're this way. Now it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 15 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally. Not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby, looking for scraps. It hops close to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay, because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, the spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher. And as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties. Sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning the wolf appears at its usual spot, and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange 2-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play-fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother, but the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh, quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognize it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop. But that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer, but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here, not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand, instinctively, that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing, producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other 2 puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills. They tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full-grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements, and when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood, about a year and a half old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable, and while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey, it still maintains some distance, it still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that, carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual. It's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns, a cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines, and in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. White Chest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. White Chest goes very still. This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then White Chest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. White Chest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since White Chest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. White Chest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. White Chest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, White Chest often joins hunting parties, and this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. White Chest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, White Chest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, White Chest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, White Chest has learned to wait for its share of the kill rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. White Chest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, White Chest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with White Chest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. White Chest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, White Chest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with White Chest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, White Chest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, White Chest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements White Chest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. White Chest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as White Chest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than White Chest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society. It's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced. Of course it has, that's what animals do. But has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association. It's home. It's packed. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. Two are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh-killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Whitechest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since Whitechest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not 1 or 2 wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. Whitechest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But Whitechest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat Whitechest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth, a female with unusually thick fur, has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightwan's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. but the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns. Awake when humans are awake, sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly, but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded. The first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones? Or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies, from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift-giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like Whitechest, retained significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? Whitechest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. Whitechest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach Whitechest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about Whitechest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes: honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. Whitechest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership Whitechest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of Whitechest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's. Shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one. Two futures, diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, in that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since Whitechest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalized that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself. The wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances, but the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. A wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots, still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that, during a harsh winter with severe food shortages, kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. Specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing Whitechest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have, and one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs. But for now, it's a happy accident. The wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognisable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation. From wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survived for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl, no urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out, the same stars that shone on White Chest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course, They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating. Genetic shifts, behavioural adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending. A partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new. A relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia, and will continue long into whatever future awaits. You wake before dawn in a river valley in an era when agriculture is still a whispered rumour passed between neighbouring groups. The air smells clean and sharp, carrying the scent of wet grass and distant pine. Your hands know exactly where to find the wild emmer wheat that grows in scattered patches along the hillside. The same hillside your mother walked, and her mother before her. The gathering takes hours. You move slowly through the tall grass, running your fingers along each stalk to feel which seeds are ready. The ripe ones come away easily between your thumb and forefinger, dropping into the woven basket slung across your shoulder. Some people rush this task, but you've learned that hurrying means bruising the kernels, and bruised seeds don't store properly. The sun climbs higher, warming your back through the leather tunic you've worn smooth over 3 seasons. Your basket is lined with soft grasses to cushion the seeds as they fall. You've woven this basket yourself during the long winter evenings, using techniques passed down through observation rather than instruction. The weave needs to be tight enough to hold the smallest seeds, but flexible enough to compress when the basket's full. Your fingers bear small scars from the sharp edges of the reeds you worked with, tiny white lines that mark you as someone who makes useful things. By mid-morning, you've filled one basket and started on another. Your fingers move with practiced efficiency, and your mind wanders to other things. The crack in your grinding stone that needs repair, and the strange birds you saw yesterday flying south earlier than usual. A grasshopper lands on your forearm, bright green against your sun-darkened skin, and you pause to watch it before it springs away into the wheat. The wild lentils grow in a different area, down near the stream where the soil stays damp even in the dry season. You have to crouch low for these, sorting the plump pods from the shriveled ones, listening to the water burble over smooth stones. Your knees protest this position after a while, and you shift your weight from side to side, trying to ease the ache. Occasionally you spot a fish, quick and silver, and you make a mental note to bring the net tomorrow. But today is for gathering, and you stay focused on the task. The lentil plants have delicate stems that break easily if you're not careful. You've learned to support each plant with one hand while picking the pods with the other. a two-handed operation that slows the process but preserves the plants for future harvests. Some of the younger people in your group haven't figured this out yet, and they leave a trail of broken stems and damaged plants behind them. You feel a flicker of irritation at their carelessness, but you also remember being young and impatient yourself. When you return to camp, others have brought different offerings. Someone found a patch of wild garlic, another person collected mushrooms from the shaded northern slope, and a small group managed to trap 3 fat rabbits. This is how your people eat. A little bit of everything gathered from dozens of different locations, combined in ways that shift with the seasons and the weather, and the simple luck of what you happen to find. You pour your wheat kernels onto a flat rock and begin the tedious process of removing the husks. The technique requires patience, rubbing the seeds between your palms, blowing away the chaff, and picking out tiny stones that could crack a tooth. Your grandmother could do this while telling stories, her hands working automatically, but you still need to concentrate. The pile of clean kernels grows slowly, golden in the late afternoon light. The chaff blows away on the breeze, scattering across the camp like snow. Children chase it, laughing, while you work steadily through your pile. Your palms are turning pink from the friction, and you pause occasionally to flex your fingers and ease the cramping. This is mindless work in the best sense. It occupies your hands, but leaves your thoughts free to drift where they will. The fire pit has been in the same location for as long as anyone can remember. A shallow depression ringed with heat-blackened stones, built up and tended and rebuilt countless times. Starting the fire is your responsibility today, and you approach it with the same careful attention you gave to gathering the wheat. The drill and hearthboard are worn smooth from use, carved by someone whose name is no longer spoken, but whose skill still serves the community. You brace the hearthboard with your foot and begin spinning the drill between your palms, pressing down just enough to create friction without breaking the rhythm. The motion is hypnotic, your palms sliding down the wooden shaft in quick repeated movements. Smoke appears first, thin and promising, then a few orange sparks that drop into the nest of dried grass you've prepared. You lean close and blow gently, steadily, coaxing those tiny sparks into actual flame. The grass catches and you feed it carefully with small twigs, then larger sticks, building the fire up until it's strong enough to handle the green wood that will burn for hours. The choice of wood matters more than you once realised. Dry oak burns hot and steady, perfect for cooking that requires sustained heat. Pine catches quickly but spits sparks and leaves behind a resinous residue. Birch bark makes excellent kindling, peeling away in papery sheets that ignite at the slightest touch of flame. You've learned to read the forest, identifying the best wood for different purposes, understanding that fire is not just heat, but a relationship between fuel, air, and the patience to let it develop properly. The rabbits are already skinned and cleaned, but you have other plans first. You arrange several large stones in the heart of the fire, smooth river rocks that won't explode from the heat. While these are warming, you prepare the wheat you spent all morning gathering. Instead of grinding it into flour, today you'll cook it whole, a technique that preserves more nutrition and creates a nutty, satisfying texture. You fill a clay pot with water from the stream and add the wheat, along with the wild garlic someone else found, chopped fine. The pot goes directly onto the fire, balanced carefully on 3 stones. The heat is intense, and you can feel it on your face when you lean in to stir. As the water begins to simmer, you add the lentils and a handful of the mushrooms, torn into rough pieces. The smell that rises from the pot is extraordinary, earthy and rich, with the sharpness of garlic cutting through the deeper notes. You watch the wheat kernels swell as they absorb the water, changing from hard little pellets into something soft and substantial. This transformation never stops fascinating you. The way heat and time and liquid can turn bitter seeds into food that actually sustains. Steam rises from the pot in lazy spirals, and you add more water as needed to keep everything submerged. The lentils cook faster than the wheat, softening into tender crescents that threaten to fall apart if you stir too vigorously. The mushrooms release their moisture and shrink, concentrating their flavour into something almost meaty. You taste the broth with a wooden spoon, considering whether it needs anything else, deciding it's perfect as it is. Meanwhile, the stones in the fire have reached the perfect temperature, hot enough to hiss when you drip water on them, but not so hot they'll crack the clay. Using 2 sticks as tongs, you carefully transfer several stones into the pot, where they continue heating the stew from within, keeping it at a gentle bubble even as you tend to the rabbits. The meat goes onto a green branch stripped of leaves, suspended over the coals where the heat is less intense than the direct flames. Fat drips down and sizzles, sending up small flares of light and the irresistible scent of roasting meat. You turn the spit slowly, watching the skin darken and crisp, rotating it a quarter turn every few minutes to ensure even cooking. Your arms begin to ache from holding the spit at the right height, and you fashion a support from forked sticks driven into the ground on either side of the fire. This frees your hands to tend to other tasks, adjusting the stones supporting the pot, adding more wood to maintain the fire, and checking the doneness of the wheat by fishing out a few grains and testing them between your teeth. The rabbits take longer than you expect. The meat near the bone stays stubbornly pink while the outer portions threaten to dry out. You pull the spit back from the heat slightly, allowing the temperature to equalize, trusting in patience rather than urgency. Good food cannot be rushed, and you've learned this lesson through countless meals that suffered from impatience. 4,000 years later, you live in a stone house with a proper oven built into the wall, but the relationship between heat and food remains equally intimate. Your hands are deep in a bowl of dough, kneading with a steady rhythm that your shoulders and arms remember even when your mind wanders. This bread started 3 days ago with just flour, water, and a piece of dough saved from the last batch. What you'll someday hear called a sourdough starter, though right now it's just how bread is made. The dough has a personality, you've learned. Some days it rises quickly and springs back eagerly under your hands. Other days it sits sullen and heavy, requiring more kneading, more patience, and more time to develop the complex flavours that make good bread worth waiting for. Today's batch falls somewhere in between. Cooperative but not enthusiastic, slowly transforming from a shaggy mess into something smooth and elastic. You work the dough with the heels of your hands, pushing it away from you and then folding it back over itself. The motion is rhythmic, almost meditative, and you fall into the kind of steady work that allows your thoughts to roam freely. The dough gradually changes under your hands, becoming smoother and more cohesive, developing the gluten strands that will trap air and create the characteristic texture of risen bread. The smell of the dough is mildly sour, pleasant in a way that promises flavour rather than spoilage. You've learned to distinguish between the tang of proper fermentation and the off-putting smell of dough that's gone bad. This batch smells right, yeasty and alive, with undertones that are hard to describe but easy to recognise when they're present. You shape the dough into round loaves, each one the size of 2 fists pressed together. They go into baskets lined with linen cloths dusted with flour, and you cover them with more cloth to keep them warm while they rise. This second rising is critical. Too short, and the bread will be dense and gummy. Too long, and it will collapse. All those careful air bubbles deflating into sourness. The baskets sit on a shelf near the warmth of the hearth, not close enough to start cooking the dough, but warm enough to encourage the fermentation. You check them occasionally, pressing a finger gently into the surface to gauge how far they've risen. The dough should spring back slowly, leaving a slight indentation that fills in gradually. When it reaches this stage, it's ready for the oven. While the bread rises, you prepare the soup that will accompany it. Barley forms the base, a grain that cooks up hearty and filling, almost chewy. You add dried beans that you've soaked overnight, along with carrots, onions, and a precious bit of salt. The vegetables require their own preparation, washing away the dirt, trimming the tough parts, and chopping everything into pieces small enough to cook through, but large enough to have presence in the spoon. The carrots are particularly stubborn today, their cores dense and woody. You trim these away, saving them in a separate bowl for the chickens, using only the tender outer portions for the soup. The onions make your eyes water as you peel away the papery skin and slice them into half moons. You've tried every trick people suggest for avoiding tears. Holding a piece of bread in your mouth, cutting the onions under running water, chilling them first, but nothing really works. You've made peace with crying while you chop onions, accepting it as part of the process. The soup pot is made of iron, heavy enough that you need both hands to lift it when it's full. You add the barley first, along with enough water to cover it by several inches, knowing the grain will swell as it cooks. The pot goes over the fire, suspended from a hook that allows you to adjust its height above the flames. You want a steady simmer, not a rolling boil, so you position it carefully and watch until the bubbles start to rise at the right pace. The oven is essentially a large clay dome with an opening at the front. You build the fire inside the oven itself, letting the flames heat the walls and the stone floor until everything radiates warmth. This takes the better part of an hour, and you feed the fire steadily, watching the interior walls change colour as they reach the right temperature. When spit evaporates instantly on the stone floor, you know it's ready. You sweep out the coals and ash, clearing a space for the loaves. The long-handled brush you use for this task is made from bundled twigs, constantly shedding pieces that you have to fish out before they burn. The swept ashes go into a bucket that you'll later use for making soap. Nothing is wasted, and everything serves multiple purposes. The bread goes in on a long wooden paddle, each loaf sliding off onto the hot stone with a soft thump. You seal the opening with a clay door and wait, trusting in heat and time to complete the transformation you started with your hands. The temperature inside the oven is fierce enough that you can feel the heat radiating through the clay walls when you stand nearby. The smell that eventually seeps from the oven is nothing short of miraculous, yeasty and warm, with caramelized sugars browning on the crust. When you finally open the door and pull out the loaves, they're golden and hollow sounding when you tap the bottom. You set them on a rack to cool, resisting the urge to tear one open immediately, knowing the crumb needs time to set properly. While the bread cools, you return to the soup. The barley has absorbed much of the water and swelled to twice its original size. You add the beans and vegetables, along with a generous pinch of salt and some dried herbs you collected last summer. The soup will simmer for another hour at least, the flavours melding and deepening, the vegetables softening until they're tender but not mushy. You're standing in a late autumn field surrounded by cabbages that need to be harvested before the first hard freeze. The leaves are enormous, veined and curling, beaded with morning dew that soaks through your sleeves as you work. Each cabbage requires a firm twist and pull, separating it from the stem with a satisfying snap. Your basket fills quickly, and you haul it back to the house where the real work begins. The field stretches away in neat rows, each one planted with precision back in the spring when the soil was still cool and damp. You remember the day you set out these seedlings, your back aching from bending over row after row, wondering if you'd planted too many. Now you're grateful for your earlier optimism, looking at the abundance that will see your family through the winter months. Some of the outer leaves are damaged, torn by wind, nibbled by insects, or simply past their prime. You strip these away in the field, leaving them to decompose where they fall and return nutrients to the soil. The inner heads are perfect, dense, and heavy, exactly what you need for the preservation work ahead. The earthenware crock stands as tall as your waist, glazed on the inside and scrubbed spotless. You've done this every autumn for more than 20 years, turning fresh vegetables into sauerkraut that will feed your household through the lean months when nothing green grows. The process is simple but demands precision. Too little salt and the cabbage will rot. Too much and it becomes inedible. The balance as critical as any recipe you know. You cut away the outer leaves and the tough cores, then slice the remaining cabbage into thin ribbons. The knife work is meditative, requiring just enough attention to keep your fingers safe, but leaving your mind free to wander. Slice, slice, slice. The blade rocking against the cutting board in a rhythm that your wrist remembers from years of practice. The pile of shredded cabbage grows into a pale green mountain. Your knife needs sharpening after the first few heads, the blade dragging slightly instead of slicing cleanly. You take it to the whetstone and work it carefully, maintaining the angle that creates the sharpest edge. The stone makes a pleasant scratching sound as steel slides across it, and you test the edge occasionally against your thumbnail, feeling for the catch that indicates proper sharpness. Now comes the salting. You sprinkle coarse salt over layers of cabbage in the crock, then pound everything with a wooden masher, pressing down hard to break the cell walls and release the cabbage's own moisture. After 15 minutes of vigorous pounding, liquid begins to pool at the bottom of the crock. You add more cabbage, more salt and more pounding, Your arms ache pleasantly from the effort. The salt crystals are large and irregular, harvested from salt pans near the coast and traded inland at considerable expense. You measure it carefully, knowing that this precious ingredient needs to be distributed evenly throughout the cabbage. Too much salt in one layer and too little in another defeats the purpose, creating pockets where fermentation proceeds too quickly or not at all. When the crock is full, you weigh down the cabbage with a plate and a clean stone, ensuring everything stays submerged in the brine. A cloth covers the top to keep out dust and insects while still allowing air to escape as fermentation begins. You carry the heavy crock to the cool cellar and place it in the corner where it will sit for 6 weeks, transforming slowly from raw vegetable into something tangy and alive with beneficial bacteria. The cellar is already filling with other preserved foods. Clay jars of olive oil stand in neat rows, each one sealed with wax. You filled these yourself back in late summer, pressing olives until your hands were stained purple and your shoulders ached from working the lever. The oil is green gold and fruity, perfect for drizzling over bread or using in cooking throughout the winter. Strings of onions and garlic hang from the rafters, their papery skins rustling when you brush against them. You braided these carefully, weaving the dried stems together into long ropes that can hang without tangling. Each bulb was inspected for damage or soft spots before being added to the braid, because one rotten onion can spoil an entire string. Dried beans fill woven sacks, sorted by type. White beans, black beans, and speckled beans, each variety with its own cooking time and character. You grew all of these in a separate garden plot, letting the pods dry on the vine until they rattled when shaken. Shelling them was a multi-day project that left your thumbs sore and your lap covered in bits of dried pod. But the satisfaction of seeing sacks full of beans made the tedium worthwhile. Smoked fish wrapped in cloth occupies one shelf, while another holds wheels of cheese at various stages of aging. The fish and mackerel caught in the late summer run split and hung in the smokehouse until they turned golden and firm. The cheese represents months of work, collecting milk, heating it carefully, adding rennet, pressing the curds, and then the long wait while it develops flavour. You've also dried apples, sliced thin and laid out on screens in the autumn sun until they turned leathery and sweet. These sit in a wooden box layered with clean straw, ready to be stewed or eaten as a chewy snack during the long evenings. You check them periodically for any signs of mould, removing any questionable pieces before they can contaminate the rest. Dried mushrooms fill glass jars, porcini, chanterelles, and others you collected during careful foraging trips through the forest, always leaving enough behind to ensure next year's harvest. Each type of mushroom required different treatment. The porcini you sliced thick and dried slowly, while the delicate chanterelles needed faster drying to preserve their colour and flavour. Root vegetables are stored in bins of sand, carrots, parsnips, and beets, nestled in layers that keep them from touching each other. The sand maintains just enough moisture to prevent shrivelling while keeping the vegetables cool enough to slow any sprouting. You'll dig into these bins throughout the winter, pulling out what you need and leaving the rest undisturbed. The market square fills before dawn, vendors arriving in the dark to claim their usual spots and set up their displays. You're among them, arranging your goods on a wooden table you've carried from home, rounds of the cheese you've been aging since spring, each one wrapped in wax and marked with the date it was made. Next to these, you stack loaves of the rye bread you baked yesterday, still fresh enough to be slightly soft inside while the crust crackles under your fingertips. The journey to market started while stars still crowded the sky, your handcart bumping over rutted roads, the cheese carefully cushioned with straw to prevent damage. You've made this trip once a week for years, and you know every turn and dip in the road, every place where the wheel catches on a particular stone unless you angle it just right. Your spot in the market is one you've earned through years of reliable attendance. The best locations go to those who show up every week regardless of weather, who build relationships with customers, and who maintain a reputation for quality. New vendors get assigned to the edges where foot traffic is lighter, but you're near the centre where people naturally congregate. As the sun rises, the market comes alive with colour and noise, and 100 competing smells. The fishmonger 2 stalls down is selling mackerel so fresh they're still silver bright, packed in baskets of crushed ice. Their clean, briny scent mingles with the earthy smell of root vegetables from the farm opposite you. potatoes, turnips, and carrots, all with dirt still clinging to them because everyone knows that's how you identify the freshly dug ones. The fishmonger is a woman about your age who's been working this market as long as you have. You exchange greetings and brief comments about the weather while you both set up. This relationship is built on proximity rather than deep friendship, but there's a comfortable familiarity to it, a shared understanding of the rhythms and challenges of market life. A woman stops at your table and picks up one of your cheese rounds, testing its weight and firmness. She doesn't ask the price immediately, and you don't volunteer it. This is a dance you both know well. Instead, you cut a thin slice from the sample wheel and offer it to her. She tastes it thoughtfully, considering the sharp tang that develops during proper aging and the way it melts slightly from the warmth of her mouth. The negotiation unfolds in the leisurely manner of people who know they have all day. She mentions that the cheesemaker on the far side of the square is charging less, and you point out that his cheese is younger and won't keep as long. She agrees, but suggests your price is still ambitious. You counter by offering a slightly better price if she takes 2 rounds instead of 1. She nods, already reaching for her coin purse. This kind of bargaining is expected, almost ritualistic. To accept the first price offered would seem desperate, while to haggle too aggressively would damage the relationship. You've found a middle path that serves you well. Firm about your cheese's quality, but flexible enough to reward loyal customers or bulk purchases. Across the square, someone is roasting chestnuts in a perforated pan over a charcoal brazier. The smoke carries their sweet, nutty scent across the entire market, and you notice people gravitating toward that corner, drawn by their noses rather than their eyes. The chestnut seller has positioned himself strategically upwind, ensuring maximum distribution of that enticing aroma. A vendor selling honey has lined up earthenware pots of different varieties, like amber from spring flowers, darker and more robust from late summer wildflowers, and nearly black from chestnut groves. Each pot bears a label describing not just the source, but the specific hillside where the bees collected their nectar. She offers tastes on small wooden paddles, and customers sample thoughtfully, comparing the delicate sweetness of acacia honey with the almost bitter complexity of buckwheat. You watch a young apprentice learn the art of making sausages at a butcher's stall, carefully grinding meat while the master adds precise amounts of salt, pepper, and herbs, teaching through demonstration rather than instruction. The mixture goes into casings that will hang in a cool, dry room for weeks, slowly developing the complex flavours that make preserved meats more than just sustenance. The butcher catches you watching and nods in acknowledgement. His hands never stop moving as he works, showing the apprentice how to tie off each sausage link without creating air pockets that could lead to spoilage. The young man is trying hard, but clearly hasn't developed the muscle memory yet. His movements stiff and self-conscious. By mid-morning, you've sold more than half your cheese and all of the bread. A steady stream of customers has kept you busy, each transaction requiring its own small performance: the greeting, the sample, the negotiation, and the exchange of goods for money. Your coin purse grows heavier, the reassuring weight of a successful market day. You use some of your earnings to buy things you can't produce yourself. A small bag of the foreign spice they call black pepper, impossibly expensive but transformative in the right dish, and a cone of sugar wrapped in blue paper, a luxury you allow yourself twice a year. The sugar is refined in a distant country and has travelled thousands of miles to reach this market, changing hands multiple times, each transaction adding to its cost. The spice merchant weighs your pepper carefully on a small brass scale, adding and removing grains until the balance is perfect. He wraps it in a twist of paper and seals it with a dab of wax, protecting the precious contents. You tuck it carefully into your bag, already planning the dishes you'll enhance with this expensive addition. As the day wears on, the market's character changes. The early morning shoppers who came for the best selection have been replaced by people looking for bargains, waiting to see what vendors might discount rather than carry home. Some sellers begin packing up, but you stay, knowing that the late afternoon often brings a second wave of customers, people who work during the day and can only shop when their labour is finished. You're preparing for a journey that will take 3 weeks, maybe more, and the food you carry needs to sustain you without spoiling, without requiring cooking, and without adding unnecessary weight to your pack. This kind of travel food is an art form perfected over generations, and you prepare it with the same care you'd give to any feast. The hardtack biscuits start with just flour, water and salt. No fat or milk or anything that might turn rancid under a hot sun. You mix the dough until it's barely cohesive, then roll it thin and cut it into rectangles. Each biscuit gets docked with a fork, creating rows of holes that will help it dry evenly. They bake slowly in a low oven, losing moisture until they're hard as stones and will remain edible for months. When you tap two together, they sound like wood knocking. You make dozens of these biscuits, knowing from experience how many you'll need. The calculation involves not just the number of days you'll be travelling, but also the level of physical exertion you'll be maintaining. Hard travel burns through calories at an astonishing rate, and you've learned to err on the side of bringing too much rather than too little. The biscuits emerge from the oven pale and unpromising, nothing like the golden loaves you normally bake. But their purpose isn't to be delicious, it's to be reliable, to provide sustenance when fresh food isn't available, and to keep you alive and moving. You pack them in a canvas bag where they settle with a dry rattle. For protein, you've made a pemmican using techniques your grandmother taught you. Dried meat gets pounded into a powder fine enough to pack densely, then mixed with rendered fat and dried berries. You form this into cakes and wrap each one in cloth, creating portable nutrition that won't freeze in winter or melt in summer. The ratio of fat to meat matters enormously. Too much fat and it becomes greasy and unpleasant. Too little and it crumbles and doesn't provide enough calories for hard travel. The meat you use for pemmican comes from the lean cuts that aren't pleasant to eat fresh, the kind of tough, sinewy meat that requires hours of cooking to become tender. But dried and pounded, it transforms into something useful. You slice it thin and hang it in a dry, airy place, waiting for it to become brittle enough to powder. The rendered fat is equally important. You collect this throughout the year, saving the fat trimmed from better cuts of meat, rendering it slowly over low heat until it's pure and shelf-stable. The smell of rendering fat isn't pleasant, but the result is essential for pemmican that holds together and provides the caloric density needed for long journeys. The dried berries add a touch of sweetness and provide vitamins that pure meat and fat lack. You use whatever you have: dried currants, chopped dried apples, even rose hips pounded to a powder. These get mixed into the fat while it's still warm and pliable, distributing evenly throughout the mixture. You've also prepared a supply of parched corn, each kernel toasted until it's crunchy and slightly sweet. This can be eaten as is for a quick snack or boiled into a simple porridge when you have time to make camp and build a fire. A leather pouch holds dried fruit, apples, pears and cherries, all picked at peak ripeness and dried slowly to concentrate their natural sugars. The parching of corn is a process that requires constant attention. The kernels go into a dry pan over the fire and you shake them continuously to prevent burning. They pop and jump, occasionally leaping out of the pan, and you watch for the moment when they turn golden and develop a toasted aroma. Too much heat and they burn, becoming bitter and inedible. Too little, and they remain tough and difficult to chew. Your water skin hangs from your pack, sewn from goat hide, and sealed with pine pitch to prevent leaking. Water is the heaviest thing you'll carry, and you plan your route carefully around reliable streams and springs where you can refill. Between water sources, you drink sparingly, rationing the skin to last, trusting your experience to judge how much you actually need versus how much you think you want. The water skin itself represents weeks of work. The hide had to be cleaned and treated, stretched and sewn with sinew, then tested for leaks and repaired where necessary. You've gone through several skins over the years, each one eventually failing at a seam or developing a crack that no amount of pitch could seal. This current one is relatively new and still supple, not yet stiff from repeated drying and wetting. You also pack a small quantity of salt wrapped in oiled paper. Salt is essential for maintaining your body's balance during hard physical work, especially in hot weather when you'll be sweating constantly. You ration this carefully, taking just a few grains dissolved in water each day, enough to prevent the weakness and cramping that comes from salt depletion. The first few days of travel are always an adjustment. Your body expects regular meals at predictable times, and instead you eat small amounts throughout the day, keeping your energy steady rather than spiking and crashing. You discover that you can walk for hours on nothing but water and a few pieces of dried fruit, then eat a more substantial meal when you stop for the night. Your pack also contains a small pot for cooking and a few basic implements: a knife, a spoon, and a cup. These are the minimum tools needed to prepare a hot meal when circumstances allow. The pot is battered from years of use, dented and discoloured, but it still holds water and conducts heat, which is all that matters. When you do stop, you build a small fire and make a simple soup from the dried vegetables you've carried. Peas, beans and onions, reconstituted in water and seasoned with salt. The hot meal is psychologically important as much as nutritionally necessary. A moment of warmth and normalcy in the midst of constant movement. You eat slowly, savouring each spoonful, letting the heat settle into your bones before you roll yourself in your blanket and sleep. The dried vegetables expand remarkably as they absorb water, swelling to something approaching their original size. You've learned to use less than you think you'll need, because a handful of dried beans becomes a full pot of soup after sufficient soaking and cooking. The transformation is satisfying to watch. Another example of how proper preparation extends the usefulness of food far beyond its fresh state. You arrive at the gathering house just as the sun begins to set, your arms full of the contribution you've prepared for tonight's shared meal. 20 families will eat together, each household bringing whatever they've made, and the long table is already beginning to fill with an astonishing variety of dishes. This is how your community celebrates the harvest, the changing seasons, or sometimes nothing in particular except the pleasure of eating together. Your offering is a large pot of stew made from the tough cut of beef you've been braising since morning. The meat started almost inedible, but hours of gentle cooking in wine and stock have transformed it into something that falls apart at the touch of a fork. You added root vegetables in the final hour, carrots, potatoes and turnips, cut large enough to hold their shape while absorbing the rich wine-dark sauce. The pot is still warm, wrapped in towels to keep the heat in during the short walk from your house. The beef came from a neighbour's cow, slaughtered last week and divided among several families. You received this particular cut as part of your share. A shoulder roast riddled with connective tissue, the kind of meat that most people consider inferior. But you knew what to do with it, applying time and moisture and low heat until the collagen melted into gelatin and the meat became tender. The wine you use for braising is from your own small vineyard, pressed last autumn and allowed to ferment through the winter. It's not fancy wine, just honest table wine with enough acidity to balance the richness of the beef. You poured in nearly half a bottle, knowing that the alcohol would cook off while the flavours concentrated. The family beside you has brought fresh bread, 3 enormous loaves with crispy crusts and tender, airy crumbs. The baker scores each loaf in decorative patterns before setting them out, not for vanity, but because beauty matters, because the appearance of food is part of the gift you give to your community. Next to the bread sits a crock of butter churned this morning, still slightly cool and beaded with condensation. You watch the baker arrange the loaves with obvious pride, positioning them to show off the patterns scored into their crusts. These aren't simple slashes but intricate designs. Wheat sheaves on one loaf, a geometric pattern on another, and decorative flourishes that turn functional bread into something approaching art. Someone has prepared a salad using the last of the autumn greens, dressed simply with oil and vinegar and scattered with toasted walnuts. The leaves are a mix of colours and textures, dark green kale, red-veined lettuce, and bitter radicchio that adds complexity to each bite. Another person has baked a whole salmon packed with herbs, the skin crispy and the flesh still moist, served on a platter decorated with lemon slices. The salmon is magnificent, its skin bronzed and blistered from high heat, the flesh beneath flaking into moist pink layers. Someone has taken enormous care with the presentation, arranging thin lemon slices in an overlapping pattern and tucking fresh dill around the edges. The smell of it carries across the table, fish and lemon and the slight char of perfectly crisped skin. The table groans under the weight of all this food, and you feel a deep satisfaction at the sight. This abundance comes from everyone's labour, from the farmers who grew the vegetables, the fishermen who caught the salmon, and the bakers who rose before dawn to tend their ovens. Each dish represents hours of work freely given and freely shared, a demonstration of trust and community that goes deeper than any spoken agreement. You fill your plate with small portions of everything, wanting to taste the full range of what's been offered. The flavours are wildly different. The sweetness of roasted carrots, the salty richness of the salmon, and the bright acidity of the dressed greens. But they all belong together somehow, creating a meal that's more satisfying than the sum of its individual parts. Your first bite is the beef stew, and you're pleased with how it turned out. The meat is indeed tender, the vegetables have absorbed the wine-enriched sauce, and the whole dish has a depth of flavour that only comes from patient cooking. You notice others reaching for it, which brings its own quiet satisfaction. Conversation flows around the table, rising and falling in waves. Someone tells a story about the summer's strange weather, how the tomatoes came in late but were sweeter than anyone remembered. Someone else mentioned seeing geese flying south last week, earlier than usual, and a discussion develops about what that might mean for the coming winter. The talk is comfortable and unhurried, the kind of conversation that happens naturally when people aren't rushing to finish eating and move on to the next thing. Children run between the tables, their excited voices adding to the general noise. They eat quickly, more interested in playing than in sitting still, and soon they're outside chasing each other in the fading light. The adults eat more slowly, taking time to appreciate the food and to talk with neighbours they might not see often during the busy work season. Someone has brought a fruit tart for dessert, the pastry crisp and the fruit arranged in concentric circles. Plums and late apples glazed with honey until they shine. Another person contributes a simple pudding, creamy and flavoured with vanilla, the kind of uncomplicated dessert that children love and adults appreciate for its honesty. As the evening progresses, the candles are lit and the gathering takes on a different character. The conversation becomes more intimate, people sharing concerns and hopes in the gentle darkness, the candlelight soft on faces you've known for years. This is when community truly reveals itself, not in the abundance on the table, but in the trust that allows people to speak openly, to ask for help, and to offer support. You help clear the table when the meal finally winds down, carrying dishes to the kitchen where others are already washing and drying. This collective clean-up is as much a part of the tradition as the meal itself, everyone working together to restore order, to ensure that the gathering house is ready for the next communal meal. You're standing in a kitchen that doesn't quite exist anymore, or rather, it exists only in your memory, as clear and detailed as if you'd left it yesterday instead of 40 years ago. Your grandmother is teaching you to make the apple cake that's been passed down through 4 generations, each woman learning the recipe not from written instructions but from watching, from helping, from developing the muscle memory that makes certain techniques as automatic as breathing. The kitchen smells like apples and cinnamon, with undertones of the wood smoke from the stove and the faint mustiness of the root cellar where the apples had been stored. Your grandmother's hands are gnarled with arthritis, but they move with complete confidence, performing tasks they've done thousands of times. The apples need to be prepared in a specific way, peeled but not too thin, because some of the best flavour lives right beneath the skin, cut into slices that are uniform enough to cook evenly, but not so precise that you lose the rustic charm that makes this a home cake rather than a bakery product. Your grandmother's hands move with absolute confidence, the paring knife following the curve of each apple in one continuous spiral of peel. You try to imitate her technique, but your peel breaks after the first rotation, leaving you with disconnected strips instead of the elegant spiral she produces effortlessly. She doesn't criticize, she just demonstrates again, explaining that the key is maintaining consistent pressure and letting the knife do the work rather than forcing it. She adds cinnamon and sugar to the apples, but the amounts aren't measured. Instead, she judges by eye and taste, adjusting based on how sweet the apples are and how much moisture they're likely to release during baking. Too much sugar and the filling becomes cloying, too little and the natural tartness of the apples dominates. The goal is balance, letting the fruit taste like itself while enhancing its best qualities. You watch her taste a raw slice of apple, considering its sweetness, its texture, and its moisture content. Then she adds sugar in small handfuls, mixing and tasting again, making adjustments until she's satisfied. This kind of intuitive cooking can't really be taught through instruction. It requires experience, countless cakes made and tasted, failures analysed, and successes replicated. The cake batter is equally intuitive. Eggs beaten until they're light and fluffy, sugar creamed with butter until the mixture pales and increases in volume. Flour is folded in carefully, just until combined, because overworking develops gluten and creates a tough, chewy texture, instead of the tender crumb you're aiming for. Your grandmother lets you do the folding while she watches, ready to correct if your technique starts to drift. The butter and sugar cream together with a satisfying change in texture, becoming fluffy and almost white. You beat the eggs in a separate bowl, watching them transform from thick and viscous to light and foamy, their colour lightening as air incorporates. These transformations fascinate you, the way simple ingredients change character through mechanical action. The assembled cake goes into the oven, and you both sit at the kitchen table to wait, the room gradually filling with the scent of baking apples and cinnamon. This is when she tells you stories about learning to make this same cake from her own grandmother, about the year the apple harvest failed and they had to use dried fruit instead, and about the time she made 3 of these cakes for a wedding, and the groom at half of one before the ceremony even started. Her stories connect you to a past you never experienced directly, creating a sense of continuity that extends beyond your own lifetime. You learn that your great-great-grandmother preferred tart apples while your great-grandmother liked them sweet, and how the recipe adjusted over time to accommodate these different preferences while maintaining its essential character. Now, decades later, you make the same cake in your own kitchen, and your hands remember every step, even though your conscious mind might struggle to explain it. The muscle memory is deeply embedded. The way the batter should look when it's properly mixed, the exact shade of golden brown that means the cake is done, and the faint resistance you should feel when you insert a testing skewer into the centre. Your kitchen is nothing like your grandmother's. The stove is gas instead of wood, the mixing bowls are stainless steel instead of ceramic, and the measuring cups are standardised rather than handed down through generations. But somehow these differences don't matter. The essential gestures remain the same, the rhythm of the work unchanged. But more than the technique, you've inherited the understanding that this cake is more than just ingredients combined and baked. It's a connection to the women who made it before you, a tangible link to kitchens you'll never see and people you'll never meet, but who nevertheless shaped who you are. When you serve this cake to your own grandchildren, you're not just feeding them dessert, you're passing on a tradition, a set of values about care and quality, and the importance of taking time to do things properly. Your grandchildren watch you with the same attention you once gave your grandmother, though they're more likely to ask questions than simply observe. They want to know why you don't use a food processor, why you insist on peeling the apples by hand, and why you refuse to substitute ingredients even when the original ones are difficult to find. You try to explain, though you're not sure your explanations capture the real reasons. The first bite always transports you backward. Your taste memory so powerful that you can almost see your grandmother's kitchen, almost smell the wood smoke from her stove, and almost hear her voice offering gentle corrections as you learn to fold. The batter. This is what food does at its best. It collapses time, creating moments where past and present exist simultaneously, where the people we've lost somehow feel present again. The cake tastes exactly right. The apples tender but not mushy, the cinnamon present but not overwhelming, and the texture of the cake itself fine-crumbed and moist. You feel a wave of satisfaction knowing that you've maintained the standard, that this cake would meet your grandmother's approval if she were here to taste it. You've made this cake for birthdays, holidays, and ordinary Tuesday evenings when you wanted the comfort of familiar flavours. Each time the process remains essentially the same, though small variations creep in. Different varieties of apples, slightly more or less cinnamon, adjustments based on the day's humidity or the peculiarities of your oven. The recipe is alive in this way, adapting while maintaining its core identity. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, consider all the hands that have prepared meals throughout human history. Think about the patience required to grind wild grain between stones, about the skill needed to keep a fire at exactly the right temperature, and about the knowledge accumulated over thousands of years regarding which foods pair well together and which should be kept separate. Imagine the first person who discovered that milk left in a leather bag and shaken while travelling would transform into butter, Or the ancient cook who realised that grain stored in a damp location developed a fuzzy coating that, when mixed into new batches, made bread rise. These discoveries weren't written down or formally studied. They were observed, tested and shared, passed from one person to another until they became common knowledge. Every cooking technique you know was invented by someone whose name has been forgotten. The perfect temperature for roasting meat, the ratio of salt to water for preserving vegetables, the length of time bread needs to be kneaded. All of these were figured out through trial and error, through countless failed experiments and rare successes, and through the accumulated wisdom of people who paid attention to what they were doing. The meals you eat today, whether simple or elaborate, connect you to every human who has ever ground grain, tended a fire or shared food with others. The fundamental rhythms remain unchanged. The transformation of raw ingredients into something nourishing, the patience required for proper preparation, and the joy of eating with people you care about. Think about a day in the life of someone 5,000 years ago. They woke hungry as you do. They gathered or hunted or harvested food as you do in your own way when you shop or garden. They applied heat and time and skill to transform raw ingredients into meals, as you do. They ate with their families and communities, sharing both food and conversation, as you do. The details differ enormously, but the essential pattern persists. Consider the continuity of certain foods across time. Bread in various forms has been made for at least 10,000 years. The basic process, grinding grain, mixing it with water, applying heat, remains fundamentally unchanged. A baker from ancient Egypt transported to a modern kitchen would recognize what was happening even if the tools looked strange. The principles endure. As you drift towards sleep, let your mind wander through all the kitchens and hearths and campfires where humans have cooked. Feel the warmth of those flames, smell the countless meals bubbling in pots, and hear the quiet conversations that happen when people prepare food together. These sensory memories belong to all of us, a shared inheritance that transcends culture and geography and time itself. Picture the hands that have kneaded bread, young hands learning the motion, old hands performing it automatically, and skilled hands judging the dough's redness by touch alone. Think about all the vegetables ever chopped, all the meat ever roasted, and all the pots stirred and tasted and adjusted. This is human work in its most fundamental form, the daily labour of keeping ourselves alive, elevated through skill and care into something approaching art. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow you'll wake hungry, and you'll eat something that connects you to this endless chain of humans transforming the world into meals. The details change, the ingredients, the techniques, the technology, but the essential act remains the same. We gather, we prepare, we share, and we remember. And in these simple actions, we find one of the deepest expressions of what it means to be human. The fire that cooked humanity's first intentional meal has never really gone out. It's been passed from hearth to hearth, from generation to generation, transforming in form but never in purpose. The flame that bakes your bread is the same flame that cooked grain for people who lived before cities existed, before written language, before history itself began to be recorded. Sleep well, nourished by the knowledge that you participate in something ancient and ongoing, something that will continue long after you're gone. The work of feeding ourselves and each other is never finished, never perfected, and always renewable, and that perhaps is part of its beauty. The daily renewal, the constant opportunity to do familiar things with fresh attention, to honour the past while creating the future, one meal at a time. You wake before dawn in your timber-framed house, the kind with walls that lean slightly inward and floors that creak with the memory of 100 footsteps. The room smells of salt and smoke, that particular blend that never quite leaves coastal homes no matter how many times you scrub the floorboards. Through the gaps in the shutters you can hear the harbour stirring, not with sudden noise but with the gradual accumulation of sounds that means the port is stretching awake. The first thing you notice, even before you're fully conscious, is the quality of the air. It's different here than it would be inland. Heavier somehow, carrying the weight of ocean moisture mixed with the earthier scents of fish and tar and wet rope. Your lungs have grown so accustomed to this particular atmosphere that you'd probably feel uneasy breathing anything else. When your cousin visited from the countryside last summer, she complained that the air felt thick enough to chew. You hadn't known what she meant until you visited her farm and found yourself gasping at how thin and empty the inland air seemed. You swing your legs out of bed, feet finding the wooden floor that's always slightly damp this close to the water. The cold travels up through your soles, a morning greeting you've learned to expect. Your house sits 3 streets back from the main wharf, close enough that you can gauge the tide by sound alone. Right now, it's coming in. You can tell by the way the water slaps against the dock pilings, with a particular hollow rhythm. When the tide goes out, the sound changes entirely, becoming more of a sucking whisper as the sea retreats across the mud flats. The pre-dawn light filtering through your shutters has that strange quality you've learned means fog. Not the thick pea soupers that sometimes roll in during autumn, but the light morning haze that will burn off by mid-morning once the sun gains proper strength. You've learned to read weather the way some people read books, interpreting signs that would mean nothing to someone who didn't live by the sea's moods. Dressing in the half-light, you pull on the same layers you wore yesterday, the ones that smell least of fish and sweat. Laundry happens when it happens, usually when your daughter complains that your shirt could probably walk to the washing tub by itself. The fashion here runs toward practical rather than decorative. Woolen breeches that can survive salt spray, a linen shirt that's been mended so many times the original fabric is hard to identify, and a leather jerkin that's supposed to provide some protection against the wind that never quite stops blowing. By the time you make it downstairs, your wife has already coaxed the kitchen fire back to life. The hearth dominates the main room, built large enough that you could roast a whole sheep if you were the sort of person who could afford whole sheep. More typically, it hosts a perpetual pot of something, usually fish stew or oat porridge, occasionally both if you've had a particularly good week. The fire's warmth hasn't spread far yet, and the corners of the room still hold pockets of cold air that will linger until noon. Your wife moves through her morning routine with the efficiency of someone who's performed the same actions for 20 years. Bread from yesterday gets cut into thick slices. Butter, if there's any butter. More likely just the bread. Maybe softened in whatever's warming in the pot. She doesn't say much this early. Neither of you do. Morning conversation is a luxury for people who don't have to be at the docks before the fishing boats return. Through the open door you can hear the port's morning symphony beginning in earnest now. Someone's hammering metal against metal, probably the smithy 3 streets over, getting an early start on whatever repairs accumulated yesterday. A dog barks, is told to shut up and barks again anyway. Footsteps on cobblestones, dozens of them all heading in the same general direction, toward the water. You eat your bread quickly, washing it down with small beer that tastes like it's gone slightly off but probably hasn't. Everything tastes like it's gone slightly off when you live this close to fish markets. Your youngest daughter appears, already dressed, looking more awake than any child should at this hour. She's reached that age where she wants to be involved in everything. Asks questions about ship rigging and cargo manifests and why exactly ships float in the first place. You've tried explaining about displacement and hulls and why oak is better than pine, but your understanding of these matters is more practical than theoretical. Ships float because they're built right, and they sink when they're not. That's the extent of your naval architecture expertise. Outside, the sky has lightened enough that you can make out the masts in the harbour. They rise like a forest of bare trees, swaying slightly even though there's barely any wind yet. Counting them has become a habit. You do it without thinking, the same way you might count your children before bed to make sure everyone's home. 23 ships are currently at anchor, which means business is decent but not booming. During the height of summer, you've seen 40 or more crowding the harbour, their crews competing for dock space and unloading priority. The walk to the waterfront takes you through streets that grow narrower the closer you get to the docks. Houses lean toward each other overhead, upper stories jutting out far enough that neighbours could shake hands across the gap if they wanted to. The streets themselves are less streets and more suggestions. Cobblestones laid down whenever someone got around to it, filling in the gaps between buildings that were constructed according to no particular plan. You navigate more by muscle memory than sight, knowing which corners to cut and which puddles never drain even in drought. Other workers appear from doorways and alleys. joining the general flow toward the harbour. You recognise most of them by silhouette alone. There's Willem, who works the crane that hoists cargo from ship to shore. Margaret, who sells bread to sailors fresh off long voyages. Young Thomas, who's apprenticed to a rope maker and always smells like hemp. Nobody talks much. It's too early for conversation. And besides, you'll have 12 hours together at the docks to say whatever needs saying. The harbour itself opens up suddenly, the cramped streets giving way to a wide expanse of wharves and warehouses and water. The fog sits heavier here, softening the edges of everything so that distant ships look like ghost vessels from some legend. The water surface is glass smooth in the protected harbour, broken only by the occasional ripple from a fish or the wake of an early rowing boat. You can smell breakfast cooking on several of the anchored ships, bacon and onions if your nose isn't lying. Sailors who've been at sea for weeks often cook elaborate meals their first morning in port, celebrating the availability of fresh food that doesn't need to be pickled or salted or dried until it's practically inedible. The smell makes your stomach remind you that bread alone doesn't constitute a proper breakfast, but there's no help for it now. The wharf master is already at his post, which surprises nobody because the wharf master is always at his post. You've sometimes wondered if he actually sleeps there, curled up in the small office that juts out over the water like a wooden growth. He nods as you pass, checking your face against some internal roster he maintains. He knows everyone who works the docks, knows who's reliable and who needs watching, who can be trusted with delicate cargo, and who should only handle sacks of grain that can survive a drop or two. Your job today, assuming the ships cooperate, will involve unloading whatever cargo needs unloading, and loading whatever cargo needs loading. It's not complicated work, but it's particular. Every type of goods requires its own handling. You don't stack barrels of wine the same way you stack crates of pottery, and you definitely don't approach bales of wool the same way you'd approach casks of gunpowder. You've learned these distinctions the way you learn to walk, through a combination of instruction, observation, and occasional painful mistakes. The first ship scheduled to unload this morning sits low in the water, which means she's carrying something heavy. Lead, maybe, or iron bars, or possibly just a massive quantity of salt. You'll find out soon enough. The crew is already moving around on deck, preparing lines and checking the rigging. Sailors move with a particular grace that land dwellers never quite achieve, balancing on surfaces that shift and tilt, making it look effortless. The sun breaks through the fog just enough to turn the harbour into something almost beautiful. Light reflects off the water in shifting patterns, and for a moment you can see why painters sometimes set up easels along the waterfront, trying to capture this particular quality of morning on canvas. Then someone drops a barrel behind you, the crash destroying any poetic ambience, and the workday properly begins. Your house, like every house within shouting distance of the harbour, bears the marks of its proximity to salt water. The wooden shutters have that bleached, weathered look that comes from constant exposure to sea air. The nails holding them in place show orange traces of rust no matter how often they're replaced. Even the stones in the foundation have taken on a darkened, damp appearance that never quite dries out, as if they've absorbed so much moisture over the years that they've given up trying to be properly dry. Inside, the battle against dampness is constant and never truly won. Your wife maintains a vigil that would put castle guards to shame, checking corners for mould, airing out bedding whenever the weather permits, and burning herbs that supposedly help prevent rot. The smell of lavender and rosemary is nearly as constant as the smell of salt, and while it doesn't actually stop the dampness, it at least makes the dampness smell better. The house itself is 3 stories of timber and plaster, though calling the 3rd story a proper floor is generous. It's more of a large attic where your older children sleep and where you store things that need to be kept dry, which is ironic, because the roof leaks in at least 4 places that you know about, and probably several more that you haven't discovered yet. Every heavy rain becomes an exercise in strategic bucket placement. The main living area occupies the ground floor, centred around that massive hearth. The room serves as kitchen, dining room, workshop, and general gathering space all at once. Your wife's spinning wheel sits in the corner near the window where the light is best. Your daughter's slate for practicing letters rests on the table, surrounded by the crumbs of countless meals. A cabinet that belonged to your wife's grandmother stands against one wall, its shelves displaying the few pieces of pottery nice enough to be shown off rather than used. The floor is packed earth in most rooms, covered with rushes that need replacing more often than you'd like. Only the main room has actual wooden floorboards, and those are so worn in the traffic patterns that you can see the grain standing up in ridges. You've thought about sanding them smooth again, but that feels like the kind of project that gets perpetually postponed in favour of more urgent repairs. The walls are supposed to be whitewashed, and they are in theory. In practice, they're a patchwork of different shades where you've repaired sections or covered stains or just given up and let the original plaster show through. Your wife has hung bundles of dried herbs from the ceiling beams, partly for cooking and partly because she insists they help with the smell. Whether they actually help or just contribute different smells to the existing collection is debatable. Furniture is sparse and practical. The table is oak, heavy enough that moving it requires 2 strong people and a sense of purpose. The chairs don't match. 3 came from different neighbours over the years. One you built yourself during a winter when there wasn't enough dock work, and the smallest one was a gift from your brother-in-law, who felt guilty about something you've since forgotten. None of them are particularly comfortable, but comfort isn't really the point of chairs in a working household. The second floor holds the sleeping quarters, divided by thin walls that don't reach all the way to the ceiling. Privacy is more concept than reality. You can hear your neighbours' arguments through the shared wall, and they can undoubtedly hear yours. You've learned to recognise their footsteps and know their routines almost as well as your own. When their baby was sick last month, everyone within 3 houses lost sleep together. Your bedroom contains a bed, a chest for storing clothes, and a small table that holds a candle and whatever book you're currently failing to make time to read. The bed itself is a construction of rope and a straw mattress that needs retightening regularly. When the ropes stretch, the mattress sags into a shape that guarantees a backache. Your wife has mastered the art of the rope bed adjustment, though she claims you deliberately let it go too long before mentioning the problem. The children share a room that's theoretically large enough for all of them but practically feels like a game of human Tetris. 2 beds, arranged in an L shape, somehow accommodate 4 children through a combination of careful scheduling and the youngest ones being small enough to double up. Your oldest son, who's nearly grown, has started making noises about needing his own space. You've started making noises back about him being nearly grown enough to find his own lodging. Water is a constant concern. You have a well in the tiny courtyard behind the house, shared with 2 other families. The water tastes metallic and slightly off, but at least it's reliably wet. For washing, you collect rainwater in barrels when you can, though the same rain that fills your barrels also finds its way through your roof. There's probably a metaphor in there somewhere about the double-edged nature of blessings, but you're too tired to work it out. The courtyard serves as an outdoor workspace, a storage area, and the place where things go to be forgotten. Old barrels that might be useful someday lean against the wall, lengths of rope too short for dock work but too long to throw away hang from pegs. Your wife's washing line stretches across the space, currently empty but destined to be full of laundry by afternoon if the weather holds. The privy occupies one corner of the courtyard, a wooden structure that's exactly as pleasant as you'd expect for something that's essentially a shed with a hole in it. It's positioned downwind from the house, which helps in theory but matters less when you consider that the wind here changes direction about 6 times a day. Your children have developed impressive bladder control as a result of wanting to avoid nighttime trips to the outhouse. The neighbours on your left side are a family of rope makers. You can hear the rhythmic thwacking of their work through the shared wall, a sound that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore. The neighbours on your right are a widow and her adult daughter who take in sewing. The daughter has a voice that carries, particularly when she's arguing with suitors, which is often. You know more about her romantic life than you've ever wanted to know. Your street, like most streets in this part of town, lacks an official name. People call it the street where the sailmaker used to live, even though the sailmaker moved away 7 years ago and was replaced by a man who repairs nets. This seems to bother the net repairman, but not enough for him to do anything about it. Trying to change what people call a street is like trying to change the tide schedule. Theoretically possible, but practically pointless. The houses crowd together with barely enough space between them for a skinny cat to pass through. This isn't by design, but rather by the organic growth of a port town where every square foot of land near the docks is valuable. Buildings grew up wherever there was space, sometimes sharing walls, sometimes using a neighbour's wall as one of your own, creating an architectural patchwork that follows no plan except the plan of putting a roof over your head, as close to work as possible. Windows are small and few, glass is expensive and shutters serve just fine for most purposes. Your house has actual glass in 2 windows, both on the street side where visitors might see them. The glass is thick and wavy, making everything outside look slightly distorted, but it lets in light while keeping out wind. That counts as luxury here. The door to the street is oak, reinforced with iron bands, and heavy enough that your youngest daughter can't open it without help. It's barred at night with a beam as thick as your forearm. The harbour attracts all sorts, and while your neighbourhood isn't particularly dangerous, it's not particularly safe either. Things disappear from courtyards. Drunk sailors looking for lodging sometimes try doors to see if they'll open. Better to bar the door and sleep soundly than trust in the kindness of strangers. Evening in your home means candlelight and firelight, and trying to accomplish whatever needs accomplishing before darkness makes it impossible. Your wife sews by the fire, squinting at her work. Your children do their chores with varying degrees of enthusiasm and success. You might repair some piece of equipment that broke during the day, or sharpen tools, or just sit and feel your back complain about the 12 hours of lifting you put it through. The house settles as it cools, making creaking and popping sounds that you've learned to distinguish from the sounds of actual problems. There's the post that always groans when the temperature drops, the board near the window that clicks when stepped on just right, the rafter that scrapes against its neighbour when the wind comes from the east. These are the nighttime sounds of your home, as familiar as your own breathing. When you finally head upstairs to sleep, the day's work sits in your muscles like stones. The bed's sag becomes almost comfortable when you're this tired. Through the walls you can hear your neighbours settling in as well, footsteps overhead, voices through the plaster, and the general symphony of people ending their days. Outside, the harbour continues its work. The tides don't care whether you're awake or asleep. Ships arrive and depart by their own schedules. The sea keeps its own hours, and everyone who lives near it adjusts their lives accordingly. The morning market sets up while you're still hauling cargo at the docks, but you can track its progress by sound. First comes the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, dozens of them converging on the market square from different directions. Then the shouts begin, vendors claiming their spots, arguing over who was there first, negotiating the invisible boundaries that separate one stall from another. By the time the sun is properly up, the market is in full voice, a cacophony that can be heard 3 streets away. You finish your dock work around mid-morning, your back providing detailed complaints about every barrel you've lifted. The wharfmaster tallies your hours on a board that's more scratches and marks than wood at this point. Payment happens on Saturday, assuming the merchants actually pay the wharfmaster, who pays the dock foreman, who pays you. It's a system that works until it doesn't, and you've learned to keep mental track of what you're owed versus what you've actually received. The walk from dock to market takes you through the commercial heart of the port town. Here the buildings are slightly taller, slightly better maintained, and bearing signs that advertise their wares. A ship chandler occupies a corner building, his windows full of rope and canvas and mysterious brass instruments that supposedly help with navigation. Next to him, a tavern is already doing steady business despite the hour. Sailors operate on their own schedules, and when you've just spent 6 weeks at sea, 10 in the morning feels perfectly reasonable for a drink. A man selling broadsheets stands near the market entrance, shouting headlines about wars and kings and events that may or may not be true. You've learned to be sceptical of news that comes printed on cheap paper, but people buy the sheets anyway, hungry for information about the wider world. The printer makes most of his money from the advertisements on the back page, notices about ships departing, cargo for sale, and rewards for runaway apprentices. The market square isn't actually square, it's more of an irregular polygon that exists in the space between buildings that were put up without much concern for civic planning. Someone tried to organise it once, painting lines to mark stall locations, but the lines have long since faded and been ignored anyway. Stall placement is determined by tradition, seniority, and occasionally by who's willing to show up earliest to claim the best spots. The fish sellers occupy the section nearest the docks, which makes sense given their product's freshness requirements. They've arranged their wares on tables covered with seaweed. The fish laid out in neat rows that disguise the fact that most of these fish were swimming yesterday. The sellers keep up a constant patter, praising their fish's firm flesh and clear eyes, claiming each catch is the finest of the morning. You've learned to judge fish quality yourself. The eyes are indeed important, but so is the smell, the texture of the skin, and whether the gills are still bright red. A woman you've known for years, Margaret of the Good Fish, spots you and gestures toward a particularly nice-looking cod. You examine it with the seriousness it deserves, checking for the signs that separate merely acceptable fish from genuinely good fish. The flesh springs back when you press it. The eyes haven't clouded. Margaret watches this inspection with the patience of someone who knows her product is solid. You negotiate a price that's probably fair to both of you. Though you both pretend to be slightly dissatisfied, it's expected. Beyond the fish sellers, the market spreads into other specialties. Vegetables from local farms, looking somewhat sad this late in autumn but still edible. Bread from 3 different bakers, each claiming superiority over the others in ways that seem to involve ancient grudges and complicated family histories. A woman sells eggs from a cart, the eggs nested in straw, and swears these are from her own chickens, even though everyone knows she buys them from a farmer 10 miles inland and marks them up. The butcher operates from a permanent stall that's more shop than stall, with actual walls and a roof and a counter worn smooth by years of transactions. He's got mutton today, and pork, and something he claims is beef but might be old dairy cow. The prices are high enough that you mentally calculate whether you can afford meat this week, or whether you're looking at another few days of fish and bread. Your wife has opinions about your fish and bread diet, specifically that she's tired of cooking it and you're all tired of eating it. Cloth sellers occupy a favoured position near the market centre, their wares colourful enough to attract attention. Most of what they're selling is wool, practical, warm and waterproof when properly treated. But there are also linens for those who can afford them, and even a few pieces of silk for those who can afford them and want everyone to know it. You finger a piece of wool that would make a good winter cloak, calculate the cost against your recent earnings, and move on. Winter is coming, but it's not here yet. A general goods merchant has spread an impressive array of items across 2 tables. Nails, knives, cooking pots, needles, thread, buttons, buckles, and mysterious items whose purposes you can only guess at. His prices are higher than they should be, but he's the only source for many of these goods unless you want to wait for a ship from London to bring specialised items. He knows this and prices accordingly. The cheese seller has actual cheese from actual dairy cows, aged in caves somewhere inland, and the smell alone is enough to make your mouth water. You buy a small round of something hard and yellow that the seller promises will last through winter without going bad. Whether it will last through winter in your house is another question. Your children have been known to chip pieces off when they think nobody's watching. Spices occupy a corner of the market where a merchant who considers himself several steps above the common vendors has set up something approaching a proper shop. He's got pepper, which is expensive but worth it. Cinnamon, which is more expensive and possibly worth it if you're the sort of person who puts cinnamon in things. Strange powders in jars labelled with names you can't pronounce, which he swears will transform ordinary food into extraordinary food. You're sceptical, but your wife has expressed interest in something called cardamom, so you inquire about prices and immediately regret it. A potter sells bowls and cups and plates, all of them brown and practical and approximately the same shape. He's been at this corner for 15 years, and every house in the neighbourhood contains at least 3 of his bowls. They're not beautiful, but they're cheap and they don't break easily, which matters more than beauty when you're serving stew to hungry children. The market also hosts less permanent vendors, people who show up sporadically with whatever they've made or found or salvaged. Today there's a man selling rope scraps, which you might have use for. A woman with baskets woven from reeds. A boy who claims these shells are special shells, lucky shells, shells that will bring fortune to whoever owns them. The shells look like regular shells to you, but people are buying them anyway. Arguments break out periodically, accusations of short waits, disputes over whose customer was who's first, and complaints about someone's fish stinking up someone else's bread. A market official wanders through occasionally, settling disputes with the authority of someone who's seen every possible market argument and is unimpressed by all of them. He carries a set of standard weights to verify scales, and vendors suddenly become very interested in checking their own measurements when they see him coming. Children weave through the crowd, some running errands for their parents, some just running because market day is exciting. They cluster around a man doing magic tricks. At least, he calls them magic tricks, though you're fairly certain that coin didn't actually disappear so much as end up in his other hand. The children don't care. They gasp and applaud and beg him to do it again. Your wife appears from somewhere, basket already half full of purchases you'll need to account for later. She's got bread and vegetables and something wrapped in cloth that she won't show you, which means it's either a surprise or something she thinks you'll object to spending money on. Possibly both. She examines your fish purchase, nods approval, and adds it to her basket. The market will continue until early afternoon, then gradually disperse as vendors pack up their remaining goods. Some items will be cheaper in the final hour, bread that won't be fresh tomorrow, fish that definitely won't be fresh tomorrow, and vegetables that are already borderline. Smart shoppers with flexible schedules wait until the end, gambling that they'll get bargains without missing out on everything good. You've tried this strategy. The results have been mixed. The tavern called the Mermaid's Rest occupies a building that looks like it might collapse if everyone inside leaned left at the same time. The floors tilt at angles that seem to defy basic principles of construction, and the whole structure emits creaks that sound like complaints. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, the Mermaid's Rest has been serving ale and gossip for longer than anyone can remember, and will probably continue doing so long after more sensible buildings have fallen down. You push through the door around evening when the day's work is finally finished and your muscles have progressed from complaining to outright rebellion. The interior is dark despite several windows, partly because the windows are small and dirty, partly because the ceiling is low and smoke-stained. The room smells of ale and sweat and wood smoke, with underlying notes of spilled wine and yesterday's stew. It's not a pleasant smell exactly, but it's familiar, and after 12 hours of moving cargo, familiar counts for a lot. The tavern keeper, a woman named Beatrice who's built like a barrel and has a personality to match, nods toward your usual corner. The table there is slightly more level than the others, which is why it's popular and why you have to arrive early to claim it. You settle onto a bench that's been worn smooth by countless other dock workers settling onto it at the end of countless other days. Beatrice brings ale without asking what you want, because what you want is always ale, and specifically the cheap ale rather than the slightly less cheap ale. The cup is wooden, the rim darkened by years of lips, and the ale inside is brown and cloudy and tastes like bread that started to go bad, which is basically what it is. You drink it anyway. After the day you've had, it tastes like victory. Other workers filter in gradually, each claiming their customary spots through a combination of habit and unspoken territorial agreements. Willem arrives, still smelling of the tar he works with on the docks. Margaret's husband comes in, probably sent by Margaret to limit how long he stays and how much he drinks. Young Thomas appears with his master, the rope maker, who immediately launches into a technical discussion about rope tension that nobody else cares about, but everyone will pretend to listen to. The conversation starts slowly, building like a fire that needs time to catch. Someone mentions the ship that arrived this morning from Amsterdam. Someone else knows someone who knows someone on that ship and heard they'd had trouble with pirates near the channel. This leads to other pirate stories, each more dramatic than the last, until you're fairly certain no one involved in this conversation has ever actually seen a pirate, but everyone has strong opinions about them. A group of sailors occupies the far corner, their voices loud with the particular enthusiasm of men who've recently been paid. They're from the merchant ship that unloaded salt this morning, celebrating their wages before those wages disappear into the pockets of landlords and tavern keepers and the various merchants who'll be happy to sell them things they don't need. One of them is demonstrating some knot that he swears saved the ship during a storm, though his hands are unsteady enough that the demonstration isn't particularly convincing. The tavern fills gradually as evening properly sets in. Workers from all over the port area congregate here, not just dock workers, but also the coopers who make barrels, the sail makers who repair canvas, the chandlers who supply ships, the customs officers who extract taxes, and the scribes who record transactions. Everyone who makes their living from the sea's commerce eventually ends up at the Mermaid's Rest, drawn by cheap ale and the comfort of complaining to people who understand what you're complaining about. Beatrice moves through the crowd with surprising grace for someone her size, delivering drinks and food and sharp comments in equal measure. She runs this tavern with iron efficiency, tolerating no nonsense and suffering no fools. When an argument breaks out near the bar, something about someone owing someone money, or maybe about someone looking at someone else's wife, it's hard to tell. Beatrice simply appears between them, arms crossed, and the argument dies instantly. Nobody argues with Beatrice. Beatrice could probably stop a war through sheer force of disapproval. The food, when you order it, is basic but substantial. Stew that's been simmering all day, full of meat and vegetables and things that might be either onions or potatoes depending on what was available. Bread for soaking up the stew, crusty on the outside and soft inside, still warm from whenever it was baked. The portions are generous because Beatrice understands that men who spend 12 hours lifting heavy things need fuel to recover. Music starts around the second hour, provided by an old sailor who's missing 3 fingers, but can still coax surprisingly good sounds from a small wooden flute. He knows maybe 6 songs, plays them in the same order every night, and nobody complains because these are good songs, the kind everyone knows the words to, even if they can't remember where they learned them. Some songs are about the sea, naturally. Some are about women, inevitably. Some are about drinking, appropriately. One is about a rooster that challenged the king to a duel, which doesn't make much sense but has a catchy melody. The atmosphere grows warmer and louder as the evening progresses. Conversations overlap until individual words become impossible to distinguish, creating a general roar punctuated by occasional shouts of laughter or argument. The air grows thick with pipe smoke. Everyone seems to be smoking cheap tobacco that smells like burning rope. Your eyes water, but opening a window would let in cold air so the smoke stays. Someone proposes a dice game, which leads to several dice games, which leads to the inevitable accusations of loaded dice and suspicious rolling techniques. Money changes hands based on the tumbling of small bone cubes, fortunes rising and falling with each throw. You watch rather than participate, having learned that dice games at the Mermaid's Rest tend to favour the house, in ways that aren't immediately obvious, but become clear when you calculate your losses later. Stories circulate like currency, each person trying to top the previous tale. A carpenter describes a house he's building that's supposedly the finest in the district, with glass in every window and floorboards so perfectly fitted you could roll a marble across them without hitting a crack. A fisherman talks about the enormous cod he almost caught, describing it with hand gestures that suggest it was roughly the size of a rowboat. A merchant's clerk complains about his employer's son, who's being trained to take over the business despite having apparently the intelligence of a wooden post. The tavern also serves as an unofficial news bureau. Here you learn which ships are hiring, which merchants are paying fair wages, which captains are cruel and which are merely demanding. You hear about the storm that damaged 3 ships last week off the coast of France. Someone's cousin knows someone who heard that war might be coming again, though with whom and about what remains unclear. A new regulation from London apparently requires different paperwork for imported wine, which means more work for customs officers and more delays for everyone else. Young Thomas gets progressively drunker, his face flushing red as he tries to keep pace with older, more experienced drinkers. His master notices and cuts him off, over Thomas's loud protests that he's perfectly fine, which he demonstrates by attempting to stand and immediately sitting back down hard. The master hauls him to his feet and guides him toward the door, Thomas still insisting that one more drink would be reasonable and appropriate. As the night deepens, some people leave while others settle in for the duration. The serious drinkers separate themselves from the social drinkers, their focus narrowing to the cup in front of them and the regular rhythm of lifting it, drinking, putting it down, and repeating. Beatrice watches them with the careful eye of someone who knows exactly when a customer has crossed from profitable to problematic. The conversation at your table has cycled through work complaints to family updates, to vague plans that will probably never materialise. Willem mentions he's thinking of looking for better work, maybe inland where the hours are more predictable. You've heard him say this before, and you'll probably hear him say it again in 6 months. But you nod sympathetically anyway. Everyone talks about getting out of dock work. Nobody actually does it. When you finally push back from the table, legs slightly unsteady, the world has taken on that softened quality that comes from several cups of ale on an empty stomach. The walk home requires concentration. The cobblestones seem determined to trip you, and the familiar streets look slightly different in the darkness. The harbour water reflects moonlight, turning the port into something almost magical. At least until you remember it's the same dirty water that smells like fish and worse. Your house, when you reach it, is dark except for a single candle in the window. Your wife has left it burning as a guide, a small gesture that fills you with more gratitude than several cups of ale probably warrant. You fumble with the door latch, trying to be quiet and failing completely, and make your way to bed, where sleep arrives quickly and without mercy. You've never owned a clock, but you don't need one. The tide tells time better than any mechanism of gears and springs ever could. You've learned to read its schedule in the water's voice, in the height of the waves against the dock pilings, and in the smell of exposed mud flats that marks low tide as surely as a bell marks the hour. This morning, or possibly early afternoon, the distinction matters less when your schedule follows water rather than sun. The tide is going out. You can hear it in the particular sucking sound the harbour makes as water retreats, pulling back to expose the posts that usually stay submerged. The whole port operates on this rhythm, every activity timed to match what the sea allows. Ships can only enter the harbour at high tide, when there's enough depth to clear the sandbar that lurks at the harbour mouth like a trap for unwary captains. You've watched ships attempt entry at low tide, seen them scrape bottom and stick fast, their crews forced to wait for the water's return while everyone on shore laughs at their impatience. The local pilots, who know every inch of the harbour bottom, charge extra for guiding ships in during marginal conditions. Unloading happens on the falling tide. The ships sit high enough that gangplanks can reach from deck to dock, and the work proceeds with urgency because everyone knows the window is limited. When the tide comes fully in, the ships rise too high, the angle becomes wrong, and unloading stops until the tide turns again. You've got maybe 4 hours to move whatever cargo needs moving before the water makes the decision for you. Your work today involves barrels, endless barrels of wine brought from France in a ship that smells like an enormous grape. Each barrel weighs as much as a small person and requires 2 men to manoeuvre it safely down the gangplank. You've developed a technique over the years, a particular way of gripping the rim and shifting your weight that makes the barrels roll rather than deadlifting their full weight. Your back still protests, but less violently than it would with poor technique. The copperage sits 50 yards from the dock, positioned precisely to minimise the distance barrels need to travel, while staying far enough from the water to avoid flooding. You and your partner, today it's a man named Peter who talks too much but works steadily, roll each barrel along the dock, navigate the uneven cobblestones, and stack them in the copperage yard. The cooper checks each barrel, looking for damage, leaks, and suspicious bulges that might indicate the wine has gone bad. Between barrels, you can track the tide's progress by watching the waterline on the dock posts. Each post bears rings of discoloration marking different tide levels. Dark green algae near the top where high tide reaches, lighter rings below showing the gradual progression downward. Right now you're watching the water recede past the 3rd ring, which means you've got about an hour left before the lowest point. Low tide transforms the harbour into a different landscape entirely. What was underwater becomes temporary land, or at least temporary mud. The mud flats stretch out, grey-brown and glistening, marked by the tracks of birds who know this is feeding time. Clams hide in the mud, along with worms and small crabs and other creatures that make their living in the space between sea and land. Children appear during low tide, armed with buckets and shovels, digging for clams and mussels. It's work disguised as play, or maybe play that produces useful results. Either way, the children take it seriously, competing to see who can gather the most, occasionally stealing from each other's buckets when they think no one's watching. Their parents will be glad of the free protein, even if they have to rinse sand out of the shellfish for longer than seems reasonable. The harbour master uses low tide to inspect dock foundations, checking for damage, replacing posts that have rotted, and assessing what repairs will be needed before winter storms arrive. He wades through ankle-deep water, occasionally plunging a pole down to check the depth of mud, making notes on a slate board that he wipes and rewrites throughout the day. Some workers specialise in the mud flats themselves, harvesting reeds that grow in the marshy areas and cutting them for use in thatching roofs or making baskets. They move with the confidence of people who know which mud is firm enough to walk on, and which will swallow your boot if you step wrong. You've seen newcomers attempt to cross the flats at low tide, watched them sink to their knees, and heard their curses as they try to extract themselves from mud that grips like it has personal feelings about letting go. The fishing boats that were out overnight return on the incoming tide, timing their arrival to ride the rising water into harbour. They sail in with the particular exhausted satisfaction of people who've worked through the night and are ready to be done. Their catches get unloaded immediately, the fish destined for the morning market even though morning is long past. Freshness is relative in the fish trade. Caught last night counts as fresh if you get it to market before it starts to smell. You finish the barrel work just as the tide begins to turn. You can see it in the water's behaviour, the way it slows its retreat, pauses, then starts moving in the other direction. It's not dramatic. There's no visible wave or sudden surge, but the change is unmistakable once you know what to watch for. The water starts filling in the areas it recently vacated, crawling up the dock posts ring by ring, reclaiming its territory. The rising tide brings different work. Ships that were too high now become accessible again as they settle into their proper height. Cargo that couldn't be loaded earlier can be loaded now. The whole port shifts its activities to match the water's new position. Everything's synchronised to a schedule that's been the same since humans first built docks and decided to argue with the sea about who controlled what. You eat your midday meal sitting on a barrel, watching the tide come in. Your food is bread and cheese, the cheese already soft from the heat of your pocket. The bread tastes like it was fresh yesterday, which means it's stale today but not yet truly old. You wash it down with beer from a skin that's seen better days, the leather starting to crack at the seams. Around you, the port hums with activity calibrated to the water's level. Cranes lift cargo from ships that are now at the correct height. Workers secure lines, adjust fenders, and shift goods around with the practiced efficiency of people who've done this 1,000 times. A ship preparing to depart waits patiently for high tide, knowing that attempting to cross the sandbar at the wrong moment means either sticking fast or tearing out the hull. The afternoon tide peaks around mid-afternoon, the water rising almost to the top of its range. The harbour looks full at high tide with all the exposed mud covered and the docks nearly level with the water's surface. It's the prettiest time when everything looks clean and the smell of mud flats is replaced by the relatively fresher smell of open water. Of course, fresher is relative. This is still harbour water, full of everything that gets thrown or falls or leaks into it, but at least the sewage is diluted. You work through the high tide period, loading a departing ship with bales of wool destined for some port you've never visited and probably never will. The wool is heavy and awkward, the bales bound with rough rope that tears at your hands. You've developed calluses on your calluses, but even they struggle with the particularly coarse hemp. The ship's captain supervises the loading, shouting corrections and adjustments in a voice that suggests he believes everyone but him is incompetent. He's probably right, or at least he's responsible for everything that goes wrong once his ship leaves port, so his paranoia is understandable. You've learned to nod and adjust and not take the shouting personally. Captains shout the way fish swim. It's just what they do. As the afternoon wears into evening, the tide begins its outward journey again. The cycle continues twice daily, as reliable as sunrise and considerably more important to your livelihood. You've seen the sun fail to appear through fog and clouds, but you've never seen the tide forget to turn. It's the one certainty in a life full of variables. The evening low tide brings the clam diggers back out, those who work multiple shifts extracting whatever they can from the exposed flats. The setting sun paints the mud flats orange and pink, making them look almost beautiful, though you know that up close they're just mud and smell like it. The birds that feed at low tide cry and circle, their calls mixing with the sounds of human work, all of it part of the harbour's eternal rhythm. You head home as the light fails, your day measured not in hours but in tides. 2 full cycles from low to high to low again, your work fitted into the windows the sea allowed. Tomorrow will be the same, but shifted slightly, because the tides come 50 minutes later each day. A slow rotation that means you're never working quite the same schedule 2 days running. It should be confusing, but after years of living by tides, any other way of tracking time would feel stranger. Your house after sunset smells like fish soup and smoke and wet wool drying by the fire. Your wife has transformed the cod you brought home into something edible, through a process that involves more onions and herbs than seems strictly necessary. But the result is good enough that your children eat without complaining, which counts as success. The meal happens around the table, everyone crowded together on mismatched chairs, the youngest daughter perched on a stool because there aren't enough proper seats. Your oldest son, the one who's nearly grown, complains that his portion is smaller than his brother's, which leads to a detailed comparison of bowl sizes that reveals his complaint is baseless, but loudly defended anyway. Your wife settles the dispute by giving both boys slightly less soup, and keeping the difference for herself, which she claims is the mother's tax for having to listen to arguments about soup portions. Conversation during meals is chaotic and overlapping. Your middle daughter talks about something that happened at the market, though her story keeps getting derailed by unnecessary details about who was wearing what, and who said what to whom. Your youngest daughter contributes random observations about birds she saw, and games she played, none of it connected to anything else, just a stream of consciousness from someone who hasn't learned that conversation should have topics. Your wife asks about your day in the tone of someone who doesn't really want a detailed answer, but feels obligated to ask. You provide the abbreviated version: cargo moved, ships unloaded, the usual work. She nods with the understanding of someone who's heard this answer many times before and will hear it many times again. In return, you ask about her day, and she describes the market prices and which neighbour is feuding with which other neighbour, and something complicated about someone's cousin getting married to someone inappropriate. You nod and make sounds of interest while understanding perhaps a third of the social dynamics she's explaining. After the meal, chores divide along familiar lines. The boys carry water from the well because they're strong enough to manage the heavy buckets. The girls clear the table and wash dishes because that's what girls do, or at least that's what your wife insists girls do, and you've learned not to involve yourself in these debates. You're assigned to check the shutters and make sure the fire is properly banked for the night. Tasks that require minimal skill, but someone has to do them. Your oldest son mentions that he's been offered work on a merchant ship, a position that would take him away for months at a time but pays better than dock work. Your wife's face does something complicated while trying to maintain a neutral expression. You can read the concern there. She's already imagining all the things that could go wrong at sea, which is fair because many things do go wrong at sea. But you're also thinking about the money, about how another income could mean a better house, or at least repairs to this one. You tell him you'll think about it, which is what you say when you need time to figure out what you actually think. The evening routine involves your wife's endless battle with mending. She sits by the fire with a basket of clothes that need patches or darning or buttons replaced, working through them with the steady persistence of someone who knows the work is never truly finished. Because clothes continue to wear out faster than they can be fixed. She's explained this futile cycle to you several times, usually while you're wearing a shirt that needs mending, which tends to undermine your ability to offer sympathy. Your younger children are supposed to be practicing their letters on slates, but what they're actually doing is drawing pictures and giggling about something. Education in your household is sporadic and largely self-directed, constrained by the fact that you can barely read yourself, and your wife isn't much better. You can manage to puzzle out simple texts and sign your name, which puts you ahead of many dock workers, but doesn't qualify you to teach proper reading and writing. The local church offers some schooling, but it costs money you don't always have, and besides, the children are needed for work more often than not. The fire creates shadows that dance on the walls, turning the familiar room into something slightly mysterious. Your youngest daughter claims she can see faces in the flames, which leads to a discussion about whether fire can have faces, which leads to your son explaining that fire isn't alive so it definitely can't have faces, which leads to an argument about whether you need to be alive to have a face. You let them work this out themselves while you attempt to read a pamphlet someone gave you about new regulations on imported goods. The reading goes slowly, your finger tracing under each word, occasionally asking your wife about words you can't decipher. Bedtime is less of an event and more of a gradual process. The younger children get sleepy first, their heads drooping while they insist they're not tired at all. Your wife herds them upstairs with promises that tomorrow will come faster if they just close their eyes now, which is technically true, but probably not the comfort she intends. The older children stay up later, the privilege of being nearly grown. Though, staying up mostly means sitting around looking bored because there's not much to do once it's dark except sit and be awake. Your wife tells a story before sleep, or tries to, because your youngest daughter keeps interrupting with questions that derail the narrative. The story is about a fisherman who caught a magical fish that granted wishes, a tale your wife has told many times with variations. Tonight the fish is golden instead of silver, and the fisherman has 3 wishes instead of 7. But the moral remains the same. Be careful what you wish for, because you'll probably get it wrong. Your children have heard this story enough times that they correct her when she deviates too far from the established version. Once the children are finally asleep, or at least pretending convincingly enough, you and your wife have a brief moment of quiet. She continues her mending. You sit and feel your body catalogue every complaint from the day's work. The fire burns low and neither of you moves to build it up. Fuel costs money, and you're both tired enough that bed sounds better than warmth anyway. She mentions that the neighbour's daughter is getting married, which leads to a complicated discussion about dowries and whether they're doing it properly, and what kind of life that girl can expect with the boy she's marrying. You contribute occasional grunts of agreement because your wife doesn't actually need you to participate in this conversation so much as witness it. She's thinking out loud, processing the social dynamics of your small community, and trying to understand the web of obligations and expectations that governs everything. You mention the possible ship job for your oldest son. She's silent for a moment, the needle pausing in its work. Then she says what you both know, that it's good money but dangerous, that he's old enough to make his own decisions but young enough to make stupid ones, that you can't protect him forever, but you're not ready to stop trying. You don't resolve anything, there's nothing to resolve yet, but at least you've said it out loud, making the worries concrete instead of leaving them as a vague anxiety. The house settles into its nighttime sounds. Upstairs, someone turns over in bed, making the ropes creak. Outside, the harbour continues its work. You can hear voices calling back and forth between ships, the sound of footsteps on the docks, and a dog barking at something only it can see. The sea never sleeps, and neither does the port that serves it. When you finally head upstairs, your wife extinguishing the candles behind you, the day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with accomplishment and everything to do with survival. Another day of work done, family fed, house still standing, children still alive. It's not much by grand standards, but by the standards of people who live by the sea and work with their backs, it's everything that matters. Your bed receives you with the same lumpy familiarity it always does. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment before sleep comes, you're aware of the simple comfort of another person's warmth, the shared life you've built in this tilting house by the harbour, the way your days follow the tides in your lives, follow patterns as old as the port itself. The sun sets into the harbour like it's been doing this all its life, turning the water into something resembling molten copper. The evening light does things to the port town that almost make you forget it's the same place that smells like fish guts and sewage during the day. Shadows stretch long across the docks, softening the rough edges of warehouses and masts, making everything look gentler than it deserves. You finish your last bit of work as the light fades, securing a line here, checking that cargo is properly covered there, and doing the small tasks that prevent tomorrow from starting with disasters. The wharfmaster walks the docks one final time, his lantern bobbing in the growing darkness, making sure everything is secured before night fully settles in. He's been doing this for 30 years, checking the same things in the same order, finding occasional problems that would have become major problems by morning. The evening brings a different population to the docks. The daytime workers head home while others emerge. Fishermen preparing for night fishing, ship's crews rotating watch, and various individuals whose business is better conducted in darkness. You don't ask about the latter. Port towns attract all sorts of commerce, some of it legal, some of it less legal, and most of it existing in a grey area that depends on who's asking, and how much they're willing to pay to avoid asking too closely. Walking home, you pass through streets that are transforming as the light dies. Lanterns appear in windows, small points of illumination that create more shadows than they dispel. The taverns glow warmly, their doors opening and closing as workers seek the comfort of drink and company. Someone's cooking something that smells like roasted meat, and your stomach reminds you that fish soup for dinner, while adequate, wasn't particularly exciting. Your street is quieter than the commercial areas, settling into evening routines that revolve around families and homes rather than commerce. Smoke rises from chimneys as people build up their fires for the night. Children play in the last bit of light, their games having that frantic quality that comes from knowing they'll be called inside soon. A mother yells for her son, who pretends not to hear, which earns him a more emphatic summons that he can't pretend to ignore. Your own house has that warm glow that means your wife has already lit the candles and built up the fire. You can see your children moving around inside through the windows, shadows against the light. It's a simple sight, one you see every evening, but tonight you pause to appreciate it, the basic fact of having a home to return to, people who expect your return, and a fire that's been kept burning for your arrival. Inside, your wife has progressed beyond soup and has somehow produced bread pudding, which is ambitious given your typical supplies. You don't ask how she managed it. There are mysteries in household economy that you've learned not to probe too deeply. The pudding is heavy and sweet and tastes like raisins that might have had better days but are still perfectly adequate when mixed with enough honey. The evening stretches out without urgency. Your oldest son sits by the window, supposedly reading, but probably just thinking about that ship job and whatever fantasies he has about life at sea. Your daughters have discovered that the cat is willing to tolerate being dressed in doll clothes, at least until it isn't, which happens suddenly and with impressive use of claws. Your middle son works on some carving project, creating wood shavings that will need sweeping up later, absorbed in the particular focus that children bring to projects they've chosen themselves. Your wife settles into her chair with a cup of something hot. Probably not tea, because tea is expensive. More likely some herbal mixture she's decided has beneficial properties. She sips it slowly, staring into the fire with the expression of someone whose mind is elsewhere, working through whatever calculations and worries occupy her thoughts. You've learned not to interrupt this thinking time. She'll share what she needs to share when she's ready. The fire burns steadily, its light creating a circle of warmth and visibility in the gathering darkness. Beyond that circle, the corners of the room fade into shadow and you're content to let them. There's something comforting about having the world reduced to this manageable size. Just this room, this fire, these people. Outside, the harbour continues its eternal rhythm. You can hear water lapping against the docks, that gentle, repetitive sound that's so constant, you usually don't notice it until you're sitting still enough to pay attention. Occasionally a voice carries across the water, someone calling instructions or greetings. A bell rings somewhere, marking some nautical hour that has meaning to sailors but is just sound to you. Your youngest daughter climbs into your lap, which is becoming more difficult as she grows, but which she still insists on doing. She smells like whatever she got into today, probably the garden, possibly the neighbour's chickens, definitely something that needs washing but won't get washed until tomorrow. She asks you to tell her about the big fish, which is her way of requesting the same story you've told her 50 times, about the time you saw a whale breach in the harbour mouth. You tell the story again, embellishing the parts you've embellished before, the whale growing slightly larger with each retelling until it's probably twice the size of the actual creature. She listens with the satisfaction of hearing a familiar tale, occasionally correcting your details when you deviate too far from the established narrative. When you finish, she immediately asks if you've ever seen a bigger fish than that, which leads to speculation about what might live in the deep ocean, which leads to her being convinced there are definitely sea monsters. Your wife interrupts before the sea monster discussion can escalate into nightmares. She herds the children toward the stairs with gentle insistence, beginning the long process of getting everyone to bed. Your oldest son doesn't need herding, but goes anyway, probably glad for the excuse to escape family time and return to whatever thoughts occupy his almost adult mind. You remain by the fire adding another log because the night is growing cold, and you're not quite ready to surrender warmth for sleep. The wood catches slowly, flames licking up the sides before fully committing to burning. You You watch this with the attention of someone who's tired enough that even fire becomes interesting. The house quiets as children settle into sleep. The creaking and thumping from upstairs gradually diminishes until there's only the house's own sounds, the timbers settling, the wind finding gaps in the walls, and the fire popping occasionally when pockets of sap heat and burst. These sounds are so familiar they are almost silence, the white noise of home. Your wife returns, having achieved the minor miracle of getting everyone in bed without major drama. She settles back into her chair with a sigh that contains a full day's worth of tiredness. For a while, neither of you speaks. There's nothing that needs saying, and you're both too tired for unnecessary conversation. The fire burns. The darkness beyond the windows is complete now, the harbour invisible except for occasional lanterns moving on distant ships. She mentions that the roof is definitely leaking worse than before, and that the leak in the corner has expanded to include the area near the window. You acknowledge this with the resignation of someone who knows roof repairs cost money you don't have. She suggests maybe asking your brother-in-law, who supposedly knows about roofs, though you both know this is unlikely to result in actual repairs, and very likely to result in advice you don't want about other things wrong with your house. You discuss quietly the possibility of your oldest son taking that ship job. The conversation is careful, both of you testing the edges of your feelings about it without committing to positions. She worries about storms and pirates and all the things that can go wrong at sea. You worry about the same things, but also think about the money, about what it could mean for the family. Neither of you wants to make this decision, but it's probably not your decision to make anyway. The boy's nearly grown, and grown men make their own choices. The fire burns lower, and you should probably bank it for the night. But moving requires energy you're not sure you have. Your wife seems to be thinking the same thing, both of you sitting there aware that you should go to bed but lacking the motivation to actually do it. These moments of quiet between tasks are rare enough that you're reluctant to end them. Eventually necessity overcomes inertia. You tend to the fire, arranging logs and ash to keep some heat through the night without burning too much fuel. Your wife checks the door is barred and the shutters secured and performs all the small rituals that separate day from night. You follow her upstairs, each step reminding you of muscles that were worked hard today and will be worked hard again tomorrow. The bedroom is cold despite the lingering warmth from downstairs. You undress quickly, clothes folded and left on the chest because hanging them up is more effort than seems worthwhile. The bed is cold until you've been in it for a few minutes, and then it becomes merely cool, and then finally warm enough that you can relax. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment you're both awake in the darkness, listening to the house around you, the harbour beyond, and the whole port town settling into its nighttime rhythm. Tomorrow will be much like today. The tides will turn, ships will need unloading, and the market will sell fish and bread and all the other necessities of life. Your children will grow slightly older, your back will hurt slightly more, and the roof will leak exactly as much as it leaks now until you eventually do something about it. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, you're warm and horizontal and your family is safe under your roof, leaky though that roof may be. The sea murmurs in the background, eternal and endless. The sound that's been the backdrop to your life since you were born in this port town and will be the backdrop until you die here. It's not a bad sound to fall asleep to. Constant, rhythmic, almost like breathing if breathing were larger and wetter and involved moving several million tons of water twice a day. Sleep comes gradually, consciousness fading like the tide going out, and your last thought before it takes you is something about tomorrow's work. Though by morning you won't remember what that thought was, only that you had it, and it seemed important at the time, and now it's gone like everything else into the gentle darkness of sleep and sea and home. Imagine yourself on a Liverpool dock in 1838, watching what appears to be a sailing ship have an affair with a factory. Paddle wheels churn the water like enormous wooden washing machines. Smoke billows from tall funnels, and somewhere deep within this mechanical whale, coal fires burn hot enough to convert water into the steam that will take you across the Atlantic Ocean in just 18 days, rather than the customary 6 weeks. This marks the beginning of the steamship era, when travelling across the oceans became more like following a schedule rather than a prayer to the wind gods. One of the first specially designed steamships to frequently traverse the Atlantic, the Great Western was essentially a floating city with a very particular issue. How do you feed hundreds of people when the closest supermarket is thousands of miles away and won't be accessible for weeks? Prior to steamships, travelling by sea was similar to camping for wealthy people. You brought your own food, hoped it wouldn't go bad, and accepted that meals would consist of whatever the ship's cook could prepare using hardtack, salt pork and anything that wasn't mouldy. But everything changed with steamships. These were luxury hotels that just so happened to float, and luxury hotels require luxury dining. They weren't merely transport ships. The difficulty of the task was magnificent. Imagine attempting to stock a restaurant for 3 weeks. While your kitchen is always changing in 3 dimensions, you have limited storage space, no refrigeration other than what nature provides, and you are unable to go outside for fresh ingredients. Oh, and your patrons anticipate the same level of quality that they would find at the best restaurants in New York or London. This issue was resolved by ship designers using the same Victorian inventiveness that produced the Suez Canal and the London sewer system. They developed dining systems, inventive preservation techniques, and floating pantries that would make contemporary cruise ship designers swoon. In addition to overcoming distance, the steamship was also transforming the idea of what it meant to eat healthily while travelling. Launched in 1843, the SS Great Britain resembled a mechanical marvel crossed with a floating palace. It was the world's largest ship, measuring 322 feet in length, and its designers recognised that passengers were purchasing an experience rather than merely a ticket. In addition to reflecting the social structures of the era, the dining arrangements on these early steamships introduced new types of maritime hospitality that would shape ocean travel in the century that followed. The way that steamship dining addressed issues that had dogged maritime travel ever since people first tied logs together and aimed them toward the horizon was what made it so intriguing. Proper food storage and menu planning helped prevent scurvy, the vitamin deficit disease that made sailors' teeth into loose accessories. Multi-course meals that could compete with anything served on land replaced the boring diet of ship biscuits and salt beef. The true revolution, however, was not in what people ate, but rather in how dining became an integral part of the steamship experience. Like all communities, these ships were forming floating communities centred around communal meals. The ship's dining saloon developed into its social hub, where travellers from various backgrounds interacted, romances blossomed, and the simple act of sharing meals forged relationships that persisted long after the ship docked. Imagine yourself standing on that Liverpool dock as you fall asleep tonight, watching people board with their trunks and their expectations. The first meal service of a voyage that will redefine what it means to eat while travelling is already underway somewhere in the ship's belly as the whistle blows and the paddle wheels start their rhythmic churning. You're about to learn how these floating eateries catered to their patrons, serving everything from the most elaborate first-class feast to the most basic steerage meal, all while navigating the Atlantic Ocean's never-ending waves. You might not even realise you're on a ship when you enter the SS Great Eastern's dining saloon in 1860. Like a cathedral devoted to the art of eating, the room sprawls out in front of you. Long tables covered in immaculate white linen stretch into the distance like a royal banquet. Crystal chandeliers sway softly with the motion of the ship, and massive mirrors reflect gaslight off polished mahogany. During the Victorian era, these dining saloons were the answer to a very specific question. How can you create an atmosphere of refined elegance in a space that is surrounded by thousands of tons of cold seawater and is always in motion? Most people were unaware that the answer required more theatrical stagecraft. Every component, including the substantial furniture fastened to the deck, and the specially made fiddles, those elevated edges that prevented plates from slipping off tables, was thoughtfully arranged to preserve the appearance of stability and elegance. With 400 seats available at once, the Great Eastern's dining saloon was larger than the majority of eateries in New York or London. This one, however, had to operate while tilting, rolling, and occasionally lurching in ways that would cause a terrestrial maitre d' to go into cardiac arrest, in contrast to those land-based establishments. Ship designers used inventions that combined engineering prowess and magical thinking to overcome these obstacles. Wide, low tables with the characteristic raised edges that came to define dining at sea were constructed. Chairs were made to remain stationary in the event of choppy seas and were heavier than their cousins on shore. Thick carpets that absorbed sound and offered traction covered the floors, creating an acoustic space where diners could hear one another over the continuous hum of paddle wheels and steam engines. Lighting posed special difficulties of its own. Dining saloons were reliant on oil lamps and later gas fixtures, which had to be built to be safe even when the ship was pitching in severe weather, because candles were fire hazards on wooden ships. As a result, even basic meals felt refined and sophisticated thanks to the warm, golden illumination. Many travellers recalled the entire experience more vividly than the places they were sailing toward, because the food and passengers looked better and the whole thing took on an almost dreamlike quality. These dining saloons' social dynamics were meticulously planned out like a ballet. Based on their social standing, class of travel, and occasionally their nationality, passengers were given seats. Prominent passengers might find themselves dining with the ship's officers and exchanging tales that would eventually become part of maritime folklore at the captain's table, the most prestigious seating arrangement. The way these dining saloons managed the straightforward logistics of serving hundreds of meals at once, while the entire restaurant was constantly moving, was perhaps their most impressive feature. Waiters, also known as stewards, created methods that combined elements of martial arts and dance. They developed an almost supernatural ability to carry loaded trays across a rolling deck without losing a single dinner roll, as they learned to anticipate the movement of the ship and time their steps to its rhythm. There was nothing like the sound of a steamship dining saloon in full operation on land. The soft chatter of passengers, the clink of silverware, the rustle of stewards' feet on the plush carpet, and beneath it all, the steady hum of the engines that powered this floating eatery. As a reminder that this sophisticated social area was encircled by the vastness of the ocean, you may occasionally hear the distant sound of waves against the hull, or the cry of seabirds. Meals in the evening were especially magical events. In the midst of the trackless sea, the dining saloon turned into a cosy haven of civilization as the daylight dimmed and the lamps were lit. For a few hours, the difficulties and discomforts of sea travel would be replaced by conversation, delicious food, and the strange intimacy that arises when strangers share an extraordinary experience. Passengers were dressed to impress. Formal dining was expected on steamships. These dining saloons' menu cards are poetic odes to Victorian plenty. Each dish would be described in such a way that even the most basic preparations would seem like culinary masterpieces, and course after course would be listed in intricate script. This theatrical presentation, however, was based on a sophisticated understanding of what worked in maritime dining. Foods that could be prepared ahead of time, that travelled well, and that would retain their excellent flavour even after being served in a constantly moving room. Consider yourself in 1875 sitting down to dinner after becoming wealthy enough to reserve first-class passage on the RMS Britannic. With dishes like turtle soup, salmon with lobster sauce, roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, game pie, charlotte russe, and fresh fruit that somehow survived the journey from Mediterranean groves to your plate without wilting in the Atlantic spray, the menu in front of you reads like a love letter to Victorian excess. This was more than just dinner. It was a show of humanity's ability to overcome the inherent constraints of maritime travel. Every component on your plate symbolised a triumph over spoiling, and each expertly prepared dish was a protest against the ocean's attempt to turn your food into salted meat and hardtack. First-class passengers were purchasing temporary protection from the harsh realities of life at sea, not just a means of transportation. A contemporary supply chain manager would have been impressed by the logistics of these elaborate meals. Consider that fresh fruit. The ripeness of Spanish oranges, English apples, and French grapes had to be carefully chosen, packed to protect them from ship motion, and kept in specially ventilated compartments that allowed just enough air circulation to keep rot at bay, without allowing in the salt air that would destroy everything. The problems with meat were even worse. They didn't just throw that roast beef in the ship's pantry and hope for the best. It was a component of a well-planned system that also included traditional salt-preserved meats for longer voyages, live cattle kept in pens on deck, and cutting-edge preservation methods that stretched the limits of 19th century food science. Some ships even had their own ice houses, which were essentially floating refrigerators that allowed perishables to last far longer than they could have a generation ago. These luxurious steamships had wine cellars that were feats of engineering and taste. In order to maintain appropriate storage conditions, bottles needed to be fastened against the ship's continuous motion. The wine steward, who frequently held a highly esteemed position on board a ship, was knowledgeable about both wines and the unique difficulties of serving them in a constantly tilting environment. If handled improperly, a vintage Bordeaux that was excellent on land could become unfit for consumption while travelling across the Atlantic. First-class breakfasts, which catered to the international character of steamship travel, ranged from traditional English fare to continental delicacies and could last for hours. The ship's ovens, which had to work while the entire kitchen was rolling through ocean swells, baked fresh bread every day. Every morning the first-class corridors would fill with the aroma of freshly baked goods, a homely comfort that transformed the ship from a mechanical vehicle into a floating residence. However, the way first-class dining accommodated special dietary requirements and preferences was arguably its most remarkable feature. Wealthy passengers expected their shipboard meals to reflect the increasingly complex ideas about nutrition and health that were emerging in Victorian society. For passengers who were worried about their health, ships carried special preparations for invalids, kid-friendly meals, and even the earliest iterations of what we might now know as spa cuisine. First-class food was presented in a theatrical fashion. Each course became a miniature performance as silver-covered dishes arrived at tables and were simultaneously lifted by white-gloved stewards, resulting in dramatic reveals. At sea, hundreds of passengers were served meal after meal with the finest china, crystal and silverware that would have been reserved for the most aristocratic homes on land. Protocols in the first-class dining saloon were as strict as those in the best hotels in London. The social graces that affluent passengers expected were taught to stewards in addition to food service. They knew how to clear courses in the right order, how to serve wine properly, and the delicate art of paying attention without being obtrusive. Many of these men brought land-based experience to the particular difficulties of maritime service, having previously worked in upscale homes or restaurants. First-class meals were scheduled according to patterns that represented both practical needs and social expectations. In order to allow passengers to wake up at their own pace, breakfast may be served from 8 to 10. Lighter fare was usually served at lunchtime. However, dinner was the focal point of the day, presented with such grandeur and ceremony that it was the culinary and social high point of life aboard ship. Passengers had to pack formal attire for what was effectively camping on water, because first-class dinner required evening dress. Women wore ornate gowns that had to be made to look elegant while taking into account the practicalities of life on a moving ship, while men showed up wearing white tie and tails. The end result was a fashion show every night that was on par with anything you might see at a grand ball or the opera. These sophisticated meals could become applied physics adventures depending on the weather. Even the most meticulously planned service could devolve into chaos when the ship encountered choppy waters. While novices frequently found themselves chasing their dinner rolls across the table or wearing their soup, seasoned travellers learned to time their movements to the ship's rhythm. However, even when the laws of gravity were momentarily suspended, the staff always managed to preserve an air of refinement and dignity. The lower levels of the ship were a different culinary universe, where the majority of passengers, emigrants, working-class travellers, and those seeking their fortunes in new lands, experienced steamship dining in ways that were both more basic and, in some ways, more authentic to the maritime experience. While first-class passengers were enjoying turtle soup and vintage wines, steerage passengers had to eat in cramped, utilitarian rather than aesthetically pleasing compartments that would have made contemporary airline seats appear roomy. Passengers used pewter utensils that could survive the rough treatment of shipboard life, ate from metal plates rather than china, and sat on benches rather than chairs in communal dining areas crowded with long wooden tables. However, don't think of this as a depressing experience. Steerage meals were filling, healthy, and frequently more interesting than what many passengers had experienced back home. Good food became one of the few consistent pleasures in their everyday routine, and ship cooks recognised that these travellers were frequently dealing with weeks of uncertainty and discomfort. Thick stews, freshly baked bread, hearty meat dishes, and straightforward desserts that were both comforting and nourishing were the focus, not elegance. Typically, steerage passengers' breakfast consisted of porridge, not the fancy oatmeal you might find in first class, but substantial, filling preparations that could keep hard-working people going for extended periods of inactivity. Bread, butter, and occasionally salt pork or bacon were served with this. Coffee or tea offered caffeine and warmth, two essentials when your quarters may be cold and your sleep is regularly disturbed by ship motion. Steel lunches were typically thick broths made with barley, vegetables, and whatever protein was on hand. In addition to being nourishing and filling, these soups could be made in bulk, and were comparatively simple to serve in inclement weather, when maintaining liquids in bowls became a skill and a matter of luck. The majority of meals were accompanied by ship's biscuits, a hardtack that had been refined over centuries of seafaring and provided carbohydrates that could withstand any conditions the ocean might present. The substantial meal of the day for ordinary passengers was dinner, which frequently consisted of salt pork or beef, variously prepared potatoes, cabbage or other preserved vegetables, and occasionally fresh fish that the ship's crew had caught while at sea. Passengers from various backgrounds gathered around tables, exchanged stories, and developed the odd bond that arises when people share a remarkable experience during these communal meals. In actuality, serving first-class diners was easier than the logistics of feeding steerage passengers. Steerage could accommodate hundreds of people, all of whom needed to be fed effectively and affordably, while wealthy passengers might number in the dozens. Passengers rotated through the dining areas in groups that could fit the seating and serving personnel available, and meals were served in shifts. In steerage, water was a valuable resource that was mostly utilised for cooking and drinking, instead of the ornate table settings that were typical of first class. In order to make room for the next group of diners, passengers learned how to eat efficiently and clean their utensils quickly. In contrast to the formal service upstairs, this established a communal dining rhythm that was more personal and democratic. Many steerage passengers brought extra food such as nuts, dried fruits, preserved meats and other non-perishables to add variety to the ship's regular meals. The international nature of steamship travel was reflected in the informal networks of culinary exchange that were formed when travelling companions or new acquaintances shared these personal provisions. Steerage passengers had limited but adequate cooking facilities. Some ships gave passengers access to basic galleys where they could reheat food they had brought with them or make hot beverages. These communal kitchens developed into social hubs where people could exchange recipes, practice cooking, and create improvised fusion cuisine by combining the culinary traditions of various cultures. Special attention was given to the feeding of children in steerage. The ship's cooks were aware that young passengers had different nutritional needs and were more prone to travel-related illnesses like seasickness. Treats like sugar cookies or fruit preserves offered solace to homesick children who faced an uncertain future in foreign nations, while simple bland foods were available for those with sensitive stomachs. In steerage, the serving crew honed their own unique abilities. In contrast to first-class formal stewards, these employees had to be amiable, productive, and able to oversee sizable dining parties in confined spaces. By mediating between passengers who spoke different languages, resolving small arguments over seating, and upholding order in areas where tension and uncertainty could quickly degenerate into conflict, they turned into amateur diplomats. Steerage dining was more significantly impacted by weather than first-class service. Passengers would have to settle for cold food, bread, and whatever could be distributed without running the risk of getting hurt by flying plates or scalding liquids when the seas were rough, as it might be impossible to serve hot meals safely. Not only for comfort, but also as a practical measure to help passengers deal with the physical challenges of severe weather, the crew would frequently distribute extra rations of spirits during these times. Many steerage passengers had pleasant memories of their shipboard meals, despite the simpler fare and more basic accommodations. Eating together in that floating community and sharing food while travelling across the ocean, to start over was something that forged lifelong friendships and memories. Even though the meals were straightforward, they were infused with optimism, excitement, and the unique taste that comes from eating as one journeys toward an unknowable future. The true centre of maritime dining was located deep within a steamship's belly, beneath the crowded steerage compartments and elegant dining saloons, the ship's kitchens, or galleys as they were officially known. Combining the functionality of a professional restaurant kitchen with the space limitations of a submarine and the additional difficulty of functioning while continuously moving, these areas were marvels of compact efficiency. Imagine a kitchen that is about the size of a contemporary studio apartment and is set up to serve 200 to 2,000 people, 3 meals a day for weeks at a time. Every square inch was utilised, with storage compartments built into walls, cooking surfaces that could be secured during rough weather, and ingenious systems for managing everything from fresh water to food waste. It was similar to watching someone create a restaurant inside a running washing machine. On a large steamship, the head chef was a highly respected individual who was respected by both crew and passengers. An expert in food preservation, nutrition, psychology, and the odd physics of cooking in a constantly changing environment, this person was more than just a skilled chef. In order to address the particular difficulties of dining at sea, Many head chefs on the great steamships were hired from the best restaurants in London, Paris, or New York. These galleys' cooking apparatuses were the pinnacle of 19th century technology. To avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, coal-fired ranges had to be built with efficient combustion and adequate ventilation. Despite the ship's motion, ovens had to keep their temperatures constant. To keep prepared foods warm without overcooking them, steam tables made use of the ship's power plant. Everything was designed to be safe, workable, and able to produce a lot of food in conditions that would be difficult for even the most seasoned chefs to handle. On steamships, storing food was like playing three-dimensional chess. Compartments that maximised air circulation and minimised temperature fluctuations were used to store fresh provisions. Meats that had been salt-preserved were hung in special areas that allowed for adequate ventilation without contaminating them. Containers used to store dry goods were made to withstand ship motion while shielding their contents from moisture and rodents. In order to create floating farms that supplied fresh meat and eggs throughout the journey, some ships even carried live poultry and small livestock. Because feeding hundreds of people required constant preparation, the food service crew worked in shifts around the clock. While the majority of passengers were still asleep, bakers started working before dawn, making the bread for the day. In order to prepare elaborate meals, prep cooks had to spend hours chopping vegetables, making stocks, and doing the innumerable little chores. Despite the ship's continuous motion, the galley as a whole transformed into a choreographed dance of cooks, servers, and kitchen assistants cooperating during meal service. There were particular difficulties in managing fresh water for cooking. Large amounts of fresh water were transported by steamships for cooking and drinking, but each gallon needed to be carefully rationed and used effectively. Systems for cleaning utensils and dishes had to reduce water waste while upholding the hygienic requirements needed to keep people healthy in a ship's cramped quarters. To make the most of their valuable freshwater resources, some ships first cleaned with seawater and then rinsed with fresh water. Steamship galleys' waste management systems were engineering marvels. Food scraps needed to be disposed of properly to avoid attracting rodents or causing sanitary issues. To avoid contaminating the ship's water supply, grease and cooking oils needed to be handled carefully. Anything that could not be recycled or used again was either disposed of overboard in ways that would not interfere with the ship's ability to operate or fed to livestock that was transported on board. Controlling the galley's temperature was a never-ending struggle. These areas, which were deep inside the ship with little ventilation, produced massive amounts of heat from steam systems and cooking fires. Working in conditions that would make a contemporary restaurant kitchen seem refreshingly cool, cooks perspired in temperatures that could reach over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, even in moderate weather while donning bulky clothing to prevent burns. Steamship galleys' social structure was a reflection of both practical necessity and maritime tradition. With the authority of a ship's officer, the head chef oversaw the kitchen, making choices about menus, the use of ingredients, and meal timing that had an impact on the entire journey. One sous chef might specialise in roasted meats, another in soups and stews, and a third in the intricate desserts that are expected in first-class service. Systems that could work in spite of the ship's noise and the separation between the cooking and serving areas were needed for communication between the galley and dining areas. The intricate logistics of delivering hot food from the kitchen to the table, while upholding the passenger-expected presentation standards, were managed by hand signals, written notes, and timing systems. This communication was even more important during inclement weather, because safety concerns impacted all facets of food service. In steamship galleys, the night shift had a distinct personality. Skeletal crews kept the constant watchfulness needed to safely manage coal fires throughout the night, prepared the meals for the following day, and attended to slow-cooking dishes that would be ready for breakfast while passengers slept. The most intricate food preparation frequently took place during these quiet hours, including elaborate stocks that needed to simmer for hours, bread doughs that needed to rise for a long time, and desserts that needed to set overnight. Steamship galley menu planning struck a balance between passenger expectations and real-world constraints. Using ingredients that could withstand weeks at sea, efficient rather than adaptable cooking equipment, and storage systems that prevented the last-minute shopping that defined land-based restaurants, chefs had to produce a variety of intriguing meals. This restriction frequently resulted in creative pairings and methods that impacted culinary advancements well beyond the maritime realm. Steamship galley crew members acquired skills that made them employable long after their time at sea was over. They knew how to produce food on a large scale, manage resources effectively, and collaborate under pressure. Many went on to become prosperous hotel chefs, food service managers or restaurateurs, bringing maritime efficiency to hospitality enterprises on land. Steamship companies realised that special occasions could turn a simple journey into a lifelong memory, and there's something magical about celebrating while surrounded by the vast emptiness of the ocean. These ships became floating stages for celebrations that blended maritime tradition with the unique intimacy that arises among travellers sharing an extraordinary experience, whether it was a passenger's birthday, Christmas Day in the middle of the Atlantic, or the customary ceremony of crossing the equator. On a steamship, Christmas took months of preparation and a great deal of imagination. Imagine trying to create a traditional holiday feast when your ingredients had to be selected and preserved weeks before departure. Your dining room was constantly in motion, and your guests included people from dozens of different countries with their own holiday traditions. In response to this challenge, the ship's chefs developed innovations that would shape holiday dining for many years to come. In 1875, the RMS Britannia's Christmas menu sounded like a celebration of preservation methods masquerading as festive plenty. Mince pies made with fruits candied and preserved using methods that stretched the limits of Victorian food science, plum puddings that had been maturing in the ship's stores since before departure, and roast goose that had been specially prepared and packed for the journey. The end product was a dish that represented outstanding accomplishments in maritime logistics and tasted traditionally familiar. Modern party planners would be impressed by the inventiveness needed to decorate for Christmas on a steamship. Since it was impossible to get fresh greenery, decorations had to be made of materials that wouldn't wilt or deteriorate after weeks at sea. Despite being surrounded by thousands of miles of frigid ocean, sterile dining saloons were transformed into festive spaces with paper flowers, fabric bunting, and creative arrangements made from the ship's own materials. Steamship New Year's Eve festivities developed their own distinctive customs. Because midnight is arbitrary when travelling across time zones at sea, people have come up with inventive ways to determine the exact start of the new year. While some ships observed the new year in accordance with the time zone of their departure port, others celebrated several times as they travelled across different meridians. As a result, passengers would frequently celebrate for hours on end, sipping champagne that somehow managed to stay perfectly chilled in spite of the lack of modern refrigeration. Birthdays, wedding anniversaries, and other private festivities gained particular meaning on steamships. Individual celebrations became shared experiences for all passengers due to the limited entertainment options and the close-knit community that formed during lengthy voyages. The ship's bakers became skilled at making unique cakes and desserts using few ingredients, and other travellers helped with the entertainment and decorations that turned these private milestones into group festivities. Crossing the equator is a tradition that has its own culinary traditions. The celebration of King Neptune's feast combined long-standing maritime customs with the pragmatic requirement to signal the halfway point of protracted voyages to Asia, Africa, or South America. The majority of passengers found these meals to be exotic, with dishes that reflected the international character of steamship travel, fish caught by the ship's crew, and tropical fruits obtained during recent port calls. When travellers from various nations were celebrating on the same ship during national holidays, it created intriguing problems. While British passengers expected the Queen's birthday to be properly recognised, American passengers might want to observe the 4th of July. Diplomatic meals that respected various customs without favouring any one nationality taught ship's officers how to handle these potentially delicate situations. One of the most eagerly awaited aspects of any steamship journey was the farewell dinner, which was served the final night before arriving at the destination port. In order to create memorable fare for passengers who had become temporary communities during their time at sea, the crew had the chance to demonstrate their best abilities by using up perishable ingredients that wouldn't survive to the next voyage. These meals frequently included fare that had been unattainable earlier in the journey, new goods brought in at recent port calls, complex dishes that could only be tried when the galley didn't have to budget for more days at sea. Although it may sound contradictory, seasoned steamship passengers created customs for commemorating the survival of exceptionally harsh weather. Passengers and crew would assemble for meals that commemorated their common experience of confronting nature's might and escaping safely once the threat had passed and the ship had returned to calmer waters. These were frequently straightforward events: hot soup, freshly baked bread, and anything else that could be made fast, but they carried emotional significance that went well beyond their culinary complexity. Steamships had to be considerate of the various religious beliefs of their international passengers when it came to religious observances. The ship's chefs developed the ability to create festive settings that could accommodate diverse worship customs while preparing meals that respected a range of dietary restrictions. The intricate cultural navigation needed on board these floating communities included Friday fish dinners for Catholic passengers, special preparations for Jewish travellers adhering to kosher dietary laws, and acknowledgement of Eastern Orthodox fasting periods. On steamships, crew and fellow passengers paid particular attention to the birthday celebrations of children. These young passengers, who frequently left home with their families in search of uncertain futures, were surrounded by a transient extended family of fellow travellers who helped to make their memorable special days. Shipbakers developed a skill for making easy yet delicious treats that could cheer up homesick kids who were struggling with life at sea. On steamships, the entertainment that went with special occasion meals represented the potential and constraints of life on board. In order to turn dining saloons into makeshift theatres, passengers staged their own musical performances, recited poetry, told stories, and invented diversions. These areas' acoustics, which were largely intended for conversation during meals, frequently produced surprisingly small performance spaces where unprofessional performers could showcase their skills to grateful audiences. Celebrations at ports celebrated the successful completion of ocean crossings and gave travellers a chance to talk about their experiences with newcomers getting ready for their own journeys. Major port cities like Liverpool, New York and Hamburg were transformed into stages for continuous maritime festivals, where the conclusion of one voyage served as the impetus for the next, thanks to these transitions, which produced an endless cycle of celebration and expectation. It's worthwhile to think about how those early steamships not only revolutionized transportation, but also profoundly changed how people relate to food, dining, and the idea of eating while travelling, as you curl up with your blanket and maybe take one last sip of tea. The necessity of feeding hundreds of people in floating metal boxes led to innovations that would eventually impact everything from airline meals to contemporary cruise ships, from restaurant service procedures to food preservation methods. The idea that meals on steamships could be more than just a means of subsistence was the most direct legacy of steamship dining. Eating while travelling was a survival strategy prior to the great steamships. You packed what you could, hoped it wouldn't spoil, and accepted that meals would be basic, repetitive, and frequently unpleasant. The groundbreaking notion that eating could be one of the joys of travel rather than one of its challenges was made possible by steamships. This change laid the groundwork for the modern field of hospitality management. Companies that operated steamships were among the first to realise that the customer experience encompassed all facets of service, from the time passengers boarded until they arrived at their destination. Hotel dining rooms, restaurant service standards, and the burgeoning tourism industry that would thrive in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were all impacted by the complex dining protocols established aboard these ships. The uses of food preservation methods developed on steamships extended well beyond dining on board. In order to transport produce over longer distances and prolong growing seasons by shipping foods from different climate zones, techniques for storing fresh fruits and vegetables during lengthy ocean crossings had an impact on agricultural distribution systems. The globalization of food that defines contemporary cuisine was facilitated by these inventions. The schedule and format of meals on steamships created trends that affected dining habits in newly popular tourist locations. Early airlines, resort hotels, and railroad dining cars all adopted aspects of steamship meal service, resulting in standardized methods for effectively serving large numbers of passengers while upholding standards for quality and presentation. What historians now acknowledge as one of the first truly global fusion cuisines was influenced by the international nature of steamship dining. Recipes were shared among crew members from different countries, passengers from different countries shared tables, and menu planning had to take into account a range of cultural preferences. Immigrant food customs, port city eateries, and the slow internationalization of urban dining, which would pick up speed throughout the 20th century, were all impacted by this cross-cultural culinary interchange. For generations, the hospitality industry was impacted by the professional standards established by staff training programs created for steamship dining service. Specialized skills were needed to manage large groups of diners with different expectations, serve meals efficiently in constantly moving environments, and maintain service quality under difficult circumstances. These skills led to workers becoming valuable employees in restaurants, hotels, and other service industries. Early models for modern supply chain management were established by the logistics systems developed to provide food to steamships. It took organisational abilities and methodical thinking to coordinate the procurement, storage and distribution of thousands of ingredients across several ports, which had an impact on more general advancements in commercial food distribution and inventory control. Long into the modern era, commercial kitchen development was impacted by the kitchen design innovations that were first introduced aboard steamships. Advances in restaurant and institutional kitchen design were influenced by the need for small, effective layouts due to space constraints, the specialised equipment developed for cooking on ships, and the workflow patterns developed for producing large quantities of food under difficult conditions. The menu planning methods created for steamship dining created models for large-scale food service that affected institutional dining in schools, hospitals and other places where a lot of people needed to be fed in an economical and efficient manner. Models that maintained their relevance long after steam power was replaced by diesel engines and jet aircraft were produced by striking a balance between variety and practicality, as well as between passenger expectations and operational constraints. Cross-class social mixing and attitudes toward public dining have changed as a result of the social aspects of steamship dining. Even though these ships upheld rigid social hierarchies, they also made it possible for members of various social groups to interact in ways that were not feasible in more conventional contexts. The modern era's broader social changes were influenced by the slow democratization of dining experiences. With its lavish buffets, specialty eateries and 24-hour food service, modern cruise ship dining has its roots in the inventions made on the great steamships of the 19th century. The idea that a ship could function as a floating resort, with dining experiences as a major component of the total entertainment value, created trends that still affect leisure travel on the seas today. Despite its infamous reputation, airline meal service also adheres to the same standards set forth on those early steamships. Whether you're flying at 35,000 feet or steaming across the Atlantic, the difficulties of serving a large number of passengers effectively, safely and palatable in a small space while traversing a potentially hostile environment are essentially the same. Early forms of hospitality industry research that would later develop into contemporary customer service analysis and menu engineering were established by the documentation practices developed aboard steamships, including detailed menu records, passenger feedback systems, and operational reports. These ships were some of the first companies to systematically research what their customers wanted and how to provide it on a regular basis. International maritime law regarding food safety, passenger welfare, and crew working conditions traces its origins to regulations developed during the steamship era. Legal precedents that still have an impact on maritime commerce were established as a result of the difficulty of overseeing food service in international waters, across multiple legal jurisdictions, and for passengers of different nationalities. Dining on steamships had a profound cultural impact that went well beyond the ships themselves. When immigrants crossed the Atlantic with sophisticated meal service, they returned home with higher standards and a wider understanding of cooking. Because of the cross-cultural interactions that took place on board these floating communities, port cities where these ships docked developed dining scenes and culinary customs that reflected the international nature of maritime travel. The psychological foundation for contemporary travel dining, the notion that meals eaten while travelling should be experiences that enrich rather than merely prolong the trip, was arguably most significantly established by steamships. The elaborate dining cars of luxury trains, the themed restaurants of contemporary theme parks, the celebrity chef venues aboard modern cruise ships, and the artisanal food courts in contemporary airports were all impacted by this idea. The need to reduce waste, increase efficiency, and use all available resources, the environmental consciousness that grew on steamships, established early models for sustainable food service that are now more relevant than ever in our current environmental era. Modern food service operations looking to lessen their environmental impact can learn from the closed-system thinking needed to run a ship's galley effectively. Labour organisation in the hospitality sector was impacted by the professional development programmes and staff hierarchies that were first implemented on steamships. Professional standards that influenced restaurant and hotel operations for generations were established by the career progression from galley hand to head chef, the specific training needed for various roles, and the emphasis on teamwork under pressure. The early forms of hospitality industry economics that impacted pricing strategies and profit management across the service sector were established by the financial models created for steamship dining, which included inventory management, food cost calculations and balancing passenger expectations with operational constraints. Among the first companies to systematically examine the connection between customer satisfaction and service quality in a way that could be quantified and enhanced were these ships. Their dining innovations moved to new locations and uses as steamships changed, and eventually made way for quicker, more effective modes of transportation. Steamship dining was transformed into even more intricate forms of hospitality theatre by the great ocean liners of the early 20th century. These customs have been turned into floating entertainment complexes by contemporary cruise ships, where meals are expertly planned performances meant to leave a lasting impression. Even the most commonplace elements of contemporary travel dining have their roots in inventions made on those first steamships. Solutions initially created to feed passengers travelling across the Atlantic under steam power gave rise to pre-plated meals, standardised portion sizes, specialised serving utensils, coordinated meal service, and methodical approaches to meeting dietary requirements. The cultural exchange that took place on steamships is largely responsible for the globalisation of food culture that defines contemporary dining. Food barriers that had previously kept national cuisines separate and distinct began to gradually dissolve as a result of international passengers sharing meals, crew members from different countries cooperating in ship galleys, and port cities modifying their restaurants to accommodate foreign visitors. The importance of ambience in dining areas, the use of lighting and decor to improve the meal experience, and the timing of service to create seamless dining experiences are all examples of restaurant design concepts that started out as ways to make dining on ships, which were essentially floating restaurants that catered to captive audiences for weeks at a time, more enjoyable. The customer's experience is crucial. Attention to detail distinguishes between adequate and memorable service, and successful operations necessitate coordination between front-of-house presentation and back-of-house efficiency, all of which are reflected in the customer service philosophies that rule contemporary hospitality industries. These principles were first established aboard steamships. These ideas, which originated from the need to ensure passenger satisfaction during lengthy ocean voyages, became the cornerstones of the service economy as a whole. Lessons learned aboard steamships are still incorporated into training programs for contemporary hospitality workers. These lessons include how to remain composed and productive under pressure, how to serve a variety of populations with different expectations and cultural backgrounds, how to collaborate well in cramped spaces, and how to come up with innovative solutions when traditional ones aren't available. The measurement and analysis tools used by contemporary restaurants to monitor menu performance, customer satisfaction, and operational efficiency originated with steamships, where precise documentation was crucial for overseeing intricate food service operations for extended periods of time without the possibility of outside assistance or resupply, while passenger traffic, weather, and supply chain logistics created predictable patterns of busy and slow periods that required different operational approaches and staffing strategies. Even the seasonal and cyclical patterns that define modern hospitality businesses are reminiscent of rhythms established during the steamship era. As the gentle rocking of our imaginary steamship lulls you towards sleep, take a moment to appreciate the remarkable human achievement represented by those floating restaurants of the 19th century. Every time you take for granted the variety and quality of food available in modern life, every time you savour a thoughtfully prepared meal while travelling, or every time you appreciate thoughtful service in a restaurant, you are reaping the benefits of innovations initially pioneered by individuals who refused to accept that travelling meant forgoing the pleasures of fine dining. Imagine the SS Great Western approaching New York Harbour after 18 days at sea, with the sound of her final dinner bell resonating through the ship's corridors. The dining saloon, which has served as the passengers' social hub, entertainment venue, and daily meeting spot during the crossing, is where they come together one last time. A celebration of human ingenuity, a demonstration of the ability of hospitality to foster community among strangers, and a reminder that some of our greatest inventions stem from resolving the straightforward issue of how to meet one another's basic needs. The meal they share is more than just food. The multilingual discussions that took place around those tables, representing dozens of distinct cultural backgrounds, foreshadowed the increasingly interconnected world we live in today. The methods created to prepare, serve, and preserve those foods created habits that still affect our eating habits today. The hospitality customs that are still practiced in contemporary hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues were established by the service standards designed to oversee those floating communities. Perhaps more significantly, though, Those steamship dining experiences created the expectation that travel should improve rather than lower our quality of life, that transient groups of strangers could unite around shared meals, and that human ingenuity could overcome logistical obstacles that seemed insurmountable to create experiences that fed the body and the soul. When you pour your coffee tomorrow morning and make plans for the day, keep in mind that the coffee in your mug may contain beans that were transported across oceans using transportation systems developed from steamship innovations, that the breakfast you eat represents food preparation and preservation techniques initially perfected in ships' galleys, and that the very idea of beginning your day with a satisfying meal owes something to those Victorian travellers who maintained that civilization was portable, that comfort could be created anywhere, and that a good meal shared with fellow humans was worth whatever effort it took to make it possible. These days, steamships have been replaced by container ships that transport cargo more effectively, but disregard the comfort of their passengers, and by airliners that travel across oceans in a matter of hours rather than weeks, but serve meals that are insignificant in comparison to what those floating restaurants were able to accomplish with much less funding. However, their legacy endures each time we assemble around a table, transform a meal into a social gathering, and use food to foster community and make memories that endure long after the dishes are cleared away. Sweet dreams of paddle wheels churning through Atlantic swells, of dining saloons lit by gaslight and warmed by human conversation, of galleys where skilled cooks worked miracles with limited ingredients and unlimited creativity. Imagine a time when eating together could turn a group of strangers into a transient family, bound by their common quest for new opportunities, when travelling across the ocean was an adventure rather than a hassle, and when meals were occasions rather than stops for fuel. The final dinner service bell has rung, the great ship is steaming through the night toward port and the end of another amazing journey. The tables have been cleared, and the passengers have gone to their cabins. However, the inventions, customs, and uncomplicated human warmth that made those meals special continue on their own path through time, impacting our eating habits, travel habits, and interpersonal care in both significant and minor ways. Take comfort in the knowledge that you are carrying on a tradition that dates back to the first travellers who demanded that pleasant company. Excellent cuisine and courteous service could coexist peacefully in the middle of the vast frigid ocean. Every time we decide to make a meal special, invite strangers to our table, or reject the idea that civilization and comfort are extravagances that can only be enjoyed in ideal circumstances, their legacy endures. In every kitchen, restaurant and home where people come together to elevate the simple act of eating into something far more meaningful, a celebration of human community, creativity, and the limitless possibility that tomorrow's meal might just be the best one yet. The steamship dining bell has gone silent, but its call to gather, to share, and to turn necessity into pleasure still